just because like it's an actual song. You know what I mean? Like it's not just like some random one-off noise or something like that. Like it's actual music. Anyways, welcome in everybody there on YouTube. Welcome in. Alrighty. Let's see here. See, that's the thing. I don't know. Like if I know Joel likes that song, and he actually got an album with that song on it. He got a vinyl and everything for it. So I'm actually wondering what would happen if I commissioned Joel to record just that little clip, but it's like Joel's voice, and everyone's gonna know it's Joel, and everyone who knows the song is gonna be like, "Who the fuck was that?" But nevertheless, it might not catch it. So I don't know. Would it be worth it? Would it be worth it to have? Would it be worth it to have Joel sing that little bit of Libertad? Like, would it be worth it, guys? I don't know. I don't know. I think I'm gonna reach out to him. You know what? When it was, I think it was yesterday or the day before or something, there was some guest, I think it was yesterday, some guest who went up, he was on my panel, a caller, if you will. And then after I got done talking to him, he jumped to Joel's panel and was saying the same shit. And so Joel said, "Oh, hey, somebody go get Jaren." And I got like fucking like 100 messages. They weren't 100. It was like 15 messages from different people saying, "Hey, Joel needs you. It's like, my God, what is going on? So, if you can, do that to Joel. Ask someone, go tell him, rush to your messages or whatever and tell Joel Jaren needs a cover of Libertad recorded by you. This is what Jaren needs. Now, of course, I'm gonna throw him a little bit of that Canadian money. I'll give him like $100 Canadian or something like that. It's like $10 in America, whatever the equivalent of $10 in America is, or his going Canadian rate is, for like 2 seconds of music. But anyways, that being said, I think it'd be funny. All right, welcome in everybody. Welcome in. Let's see. Pay him in bagged milk. There we go. Don't tell him a plan. Just tell him to come into the live. Yeah, we'll do that. All right, we got some people who are requesting up. If you're over there on YouTube, welcome in. I take guests over on TikTok, so you'll have to click the link there in the chat, or follow the link there, and then hop on to the TikTok side, and I'll bring you up. Just request up, and I'll have a conversation with you. But currently, right now, we have Eco. Eco, is that how you pronounce it?
Can you hear me?
Is it Eco?
It doesn't matter what my name is.
Okay. Well, how would you like for me to pronounce it, just in case I'm talking to you?
You call me whatever you want.
Okay.
Not a big deal.
All right. What you got, bitch?
Brother.
Mm-hmm.
You're on this thing 24/7.
No, I just started the live.
Today, you slept and you woke up and you're back on.
If I slept, I wouldn't be on here 24/7. Keep up.
Well, you know what I mean.
I do not know what you mean, because 24/7 is not allowing for sleep. That's
as long
not
as
possible.
your eyes are open. As long as your eyes are open, you're going against God.
So that still wouldn't be all day and all night.
Okay, that's what you want to do. That's your life. You have free will.
Sounds good. Do you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul?
You look.
Do you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul? Yes or no? You can unmute. Just give us the evidence.
Sir, if you need evidence...
Sounds good. Well, if anybody has any evidence for Jesus or Paul, you can request up. The request button should be right about there or down there. And no, I'm not tired. I actually love doing this because I get to talk. What the hell? We got Eco back up really fast. I'll get to you other guys. Stay in, you know what? Here, I'm going to go ahead and accept these people. But Eco, what we're going to do, Eco, this is what we're going to do. If Eco can start providing evidence for Jesus or Paul, we will continue on with the conversation.
I am not God. If you want evidence of God,
welcome to the block party. So, Unchanged Casts. What you got? I'm going to send you. Oh, Sorry, I think I sent you an invite to unmute as soon as. Okay, yeah. Okay, there we go.
Yeah,
What you got?
that's fine. That's fine. I've done it before. I'm a friendly. I'm a historian. I just started reading the book.
Okay.
I had a question because I think Aaron slightly answered, and then resting up face told me I should request up and ask you directly.
Okay.
I was curious on your opinion on what's called the Q source. Because I didn't see in as far as I've got through the book so far a reference to the Q source, even though you've made references to like what you believe the authors of the gospel are like taking their sourcing from.
Yeah. Well, the Q source would just be Evangeline.
Right. Yeah, that's what Aaron said.
Yeah.
So your belief is that the Q source is Evangeline. Okay.
Yeah. Because I mean, that's all the source material there. Basically, people are like, Luke and Matthew seem to have something that they're borrowing from that isn't Mark, and it's like, well, there you go. Like, there it is. I don't know what else to tell you. There's a little bit of creativity, a little bit of originality or exclusive material there in Matthew and Luke, but it's definitely pulling from Evangeline. Definitely. Now, as far as like a birth narrative goes, that's not in Mark and that's not in Evangeline. But Matthew seems to be the first gospel. Maybe the Gospel of Peter, maybe whatever. Maybe it just kind of depends on when you place that. But the Gospel of Matthew is the first gospel that we have that has like in the canon at least, that has a birth story. And I would just say that is one of the earliest versions of this birth story. Evidenced by the fact that when it gives a genealogy, it skips over some generations, and it even includes somebody who's supposed to be cursed. What that tells me is that it's a rudimentary birth story, and it needs to be fixed later on as time goes, and that's what Luke does.
Yep, that tracks.
but anyways, yeah, there is some creativity, there is some originality or some exclusive material in each of the gospels, really. But it you see more here. Let me actually show you this image here. This is actually something that's I feel like is, let's see, two source. Is this it? No, there's a particular graph here. Synoptic Gospels. Maybe this is it. We're looking. Yeah, this is it. Okay, so take a quick look at this image here. I'm gonna try to. Okay. Take a quick look at this image here. And this is going to show you what I'm talking about here. So with the Synoptic Gospels, you do have some originality. Like this is just with Mark, Matthew, and Luke. And this is not our graph. This is something that is readily found available online, where they're taking a look at the passages in Mark, Matthew, and Luke, and they're trying to...
Hey, nigger. Jesus does not love you, you nigger. That's why you're miserable and alone and on TikTok 24/7, because Jesus...
Sounds good. All right. So that being said...
does not love you.
Yeah, sounds good. All right. So that being said, as far as Mark, Matthew, and Luke goes, what we have is we have the unique material to Mark about 3%. And then in Matthew, the unique material is about 20%. And then 35% there in Luke. The reason for that is because the earlier a text is, the more likely it is to be or the more likely it is to be utilized by a later text. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Okay. Plagiarization of early texts.
Yeah, well, yeah, or like pulling from that source material. Yeah. So obviously with Mark, we have only 3% of it is unique. Everything else found in the Gospel of Mark is shared somewhere else. But interestingly enough, if you were to add Evangeline into this text, 100% of Evangeline would be used in at least one other gospel. 100%.
Okay.
So there's not anything in Evangeline that is unique to Evangeline and Evangeline only. So what that tells us is that it is very clearly, just using the same kind of law of numbers here, logic here, it tells us that Evangeline is definitely one of the earlier gospels and one of the earlier source materials for the rest of the New Testament gospels.
Sense. Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, not a problem. Any other questions?
No, that was it. I'll probably have more by the time I actually finish the book.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks. All right. Let's see here. We do have, and thank you for coming up, by the way. And by the way, the book that he's talking about is Christ Before Jesus here. Christ Before Jesus is available. The link is in my bio here on TikTok or on the profile on YouTube. We do have another guest here. Sports Scent? Sports?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Sports
Like heaven sent, but sports sent. I'm a big sports guy, so
Oh, okay. I'm guessing
don't
a
take
Reds
that.
fan?
I don't believe in God or anything, so don't take that way. I just that's how my name is. But I just want to know why
Why would
the
I
live
take
is
you
the
being
way
a
it is.
sports fan as being a...
Because I said heaven sent. I just wanted
Oh,
to. I just,
okay. I was like, well,
but
yeah.
I'm just an open-minded guy. I wanted to know why this was going on. I just wanted to know why y'all were saying they didn't exist.
Honestly, well, really quick, where I was going earlier was that if you're a Reds fan, you definitely don't believe in God anymore. But that makes sense.
Wait, what? Wait, what?
If you're a Reds fan, you can't believe in God. That's how that works.
Yo, yeah, I know what you mean. Shut up.
So, all right. So, what did you have for us today?
I mean, I don't really I don't want to argue, but I'm a history guy, so I kind of do believe that he existed, but I don't believe that magic exists, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. But what would be, in your opinion, the evidence that Jesus actually did exist?
That's my thing, that's why I'm saying I'm open-minded, because there's no real thing that does say he exists, you know what I mean? I just kind of want to believe that there was some history behind,
Well, if you're a
and,
history guy, the history isn't determined by whether or not we want it to have happened.
Well, yeah, but we also have the Bible and whatnot. We have some, I guess, what's the word I'm looking for? Suspecting things that might be evidence. I can't think of the word that I'm looking for. It's not suspecting, but it's used. Well, I can't think of the word that I'm looking for here, but it's stuff that maybe would seem like is evidence that he exists, but I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not a Bible guy. I'm not a Bible thumper. I'm not a
Right.
Jesus
Yeah. I
guy.
mean, I got it. I got what you're saying. It's just that I don't really know. I don't know how you're getting as a history guy to this person existing if the only thing we have is just like some story that, I mean, for the most part, it sounds like you don't even really believe in most of it.
No, I don't. No, I don't believe in the magic side of it. I believe that perhaps maybe he existed. I guess, yeah. What I'm saying is I'm open-minded to maybe he did exist. I'm not saying he did exist. That's why I want to come up here and discuss it, and maybe you can convince me otherwise that he doesn't.
Okay. Well, the Jesus that's presented in the New Testament, even the natural one, does not line up with history. That's like from what we know about the first century from contemporaries or from, archaeology or geography, like maps of cities and lists of cities, that kind of thing. It just doesn't line up with that particular time period. That's one of the biggest issues there.
Yeah. Dude, I hate the Old Testament. I mean, I don't really like the Bible anyway, but if I
Okay.
really hated a part of the Bible, it'd be the fucking Old Testament. It's so fire and brimstone and annoying. I hate it. Doesn't line up with how the real world actually is.
Okay. I what? Like what do you? Okay. I don't know what what do you mean by that? Where are you going there? And he left. What? What was that? All right. Okay. Gene. That was really weird. Gene, what you got?
I mean, I guess like I don't necessarily have evidence. I'm just curious about what you think the letters of Paul are, if he didn't exist.
They are letters or books written in the style of letters attributed to Paul. I mean, this was a pretty common trope back then, was to write a letter as a fictional character or write letters to fictional characters. We have letters from Hercules. We have letters from his wife to him. We have letters from forest nymphs that talk about him, that kind of thing.
Oh, he's like a mythical figure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so I would
Yeah,
say
no,
Paul
no.
is like almost like a mythical figure, if you will. Like he's a mythical apostle or something that people just kind of
created him.
Yeah, he's kind of created him. But you could also say that he'd be a stand-in for like the actual like author or who these authors are talking about, which would be potentially Marcion, who was the first person to publish a gospel. First person to publish a gospel there in 144. Other than that, we don't really have anything.
Okay. Yeah, no, that was my main. I was trying to understand from your like view, but yeah, they made him up somehow.
Yeah, I mean, either a pseudonym or, I mean, he could be like a character, if you will, but there's not a lot of biographical information of this character in even the canonical like epistles that we have today. But in the earliest iterations of them, there's even less information about the guy. So there's very, he doesn't seem to be a character as much as he seems to be more like a pseudonym, if you will. Like it's almost like people are writing these texts as letters using the name Paul, if that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah, no, that was my main question.
Yeah, not a problem. If you have any other questions, I mean, let me know. But yeah, or stick around in the chat. The chat's super knowledgeable about this stuff as well. So
yeah, keep thinking on.
okay, all right, thanks. All right, that was Gene, everybody. Sorry, not United. Unity Inspire Love. Is that your name?
Yeah.
Hey,
Hey,
what you
really
got?
easy question. You were mentioning Evangeline a minute ago, and a quick Google. Is it a book or what is that?
Evangeline, yeah, it's a gospel that is published by Marcion in 144. Evangeline or Evangelion, however you want to say it. Evangelion, I guess would be the closer term. It
Marcion?
means
Okay.
gospel in Greek. But
Okay.
yeah, it's from Marcion.
Is there an English version of that? I asked that question. When you Google it, you don't get the book, you get a manga.
Oh yeah, well yeah, it's got the same name. Yeah. Let's see. This is what I would recommend. This is always what I recommend for a book on the topic. This is from scholar Dr. Jason Badoon. Let me go ahead and see if I can pull this up here. Yeah, there we go. It's called The First New Testament. This book here is $29 there for the paperback. It's from Jason Badoon. So what Evangeline is it's a gospel that was published in 144 by Marcion and his followers. And what ends up happening, or what ended up happening there in 144 is it's published, and then later on people talk about this gospel. They don't like Marcion because of his heretical beliefs, because he believed in like multiple gods and stuff like that. He wasn't in line with what we know about like Christianity today. So as a result, like the group that we call the proto-Catholics, the people who would eventually go on to form like the Catholic Church, they talked a lot of shit about him. And Tertullian, Origen, and Irenaeus, all early church fathers, they talked so much shit about Marcion and quoted from his text, so much so that we can actually go in and we can actually figure out what he wrote. We're able to reconstruct what Evangeline actually had in it. And so this is a reconstruction of Evangeline, as well as the rest of his New Testament canon that he published in 144, which would include the first time that we got any letters of Paul.
Gotcha. So Evangeline itself was never found or known to exist.
No, I mean, it was known to exist because people talked about it. And that's how we're able to reconstruct it. It's technically possible that we do have pieces of it. So Papyrus 69 is actually, let's see here. So this piece right here, so because the Gospel of Luke, because the Gospel of Luke utilizes Evangeline as its main source between chapters 4 and 22, it is technically possible that anything we find of Luke is actually Marcion's gospel. We just don't know. So when we take a look at Papyrus 69, it says that it's is a small fragment dating to the 3rd century. Scholars have debated whether its text is a witness to the Gospel of Marcion, which is Evangeline, or the canonical Gospel of Luke.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, I have more reading to do. Thank you. That's all I have.
Yeah. It's a lot of fun. to kind of take a look at this stuff. Here it is, the Gospel of Marcion. Sometimes it's referred to as the Gospel of Marcion.
Okay.
The Gospel of Marcion, called by its adherents as the Gospel of the Lord, or more commonly, Gospel or Evangelion. Yeah.
All right, perfect. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yep. Thank you very much for coming up. Alrighty. If we have anybody else, I think we got somebody else who was wanting to come up here. Again, if you're over on YouTube, you can request up. The chat has a link that's given there. I take guests over on TikTok. If you have any comments over on YouTube that you'd like for me to read, or you'd like to say something without coming up on TikTok or ask a question, you can send it a super chat. If you send a super chat, I will respond to it. I will read it out loud and respond to it, I promise. But even if it's one that's just telling me that I'm a loser or something like that, which, you know, is fine, it's whatever. But yeah. Anyways, growth in discomfort. What do we got? Oh.
Yeah, appreciate your time.
I apologize. It's going in and out there.
You got me?
No, I can barely
it's
hear
my
it.
connection. I'll try back in a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well,
I'll have to try back when it's better.
well, it sounds good.
You got
It
me?
sounds good now. Yeah.
Check 1, check 2. All right,
Oh,
cool.
well, you got a little
I'm
bit.
just curious.
Anyway, keep going. What you got?
Yeah, I'm just curious. What would you say the best argument that you've heard for Jesus and Paul, and then how do you debunk it? Like, what do you like the go-to, like number one Christian comes to you? It's like, you know what? Maybe. I mean, that's about the closest you can get, but, and then you break it down. What would you think that would be?
Honestly, I don't even really know how to answer the question. It's I can't.
Okay.
Because like
Okay.
it's
Yeah, I didn't
like
know if there was one that was just like one that you
there's
just like
not
cut the legs
anything
from
that
under
I'm
'em.
thinking of that's like a good argument. Man, I don't know. I don't know that it'd be like someone saying that Rick Smits was the best basketball player ever. Like I'd be like, okay, I don't, I don't know how you got to that, but you can make the claim, but I have no idea how you got to it. Like it's just going to be it's not going to make any sense. Like people can make claims, and people obviously do make claims every day. They come up here and they try to say, oh, we know Jesus existed because of X, Y, and Z. But I can't think of anything that's not easily dismissed is the problem. That's the issue.
What would you?
I feel like
Well,
maybe the best argument for him, if it was real or something, maybe that would be a way to kind of look at it. The best argument for Jesus, if it was a real, like, not easily dismissible argument, would maybe be either Josephus or, I mean, maybe the Shroud or something, maybe. But like, it's still, I mean, these aren't good arguments, but like, if they were real, maybe they would be decent. Maybe I don't know. It's there's not really anything I can think of off the top of my head that's
yeah,
going to be like, yeah, that's a good one.
find myself in.
The signal's kind of going back out again. Yeah. Whenever you get to better signal, just request back up and I'll bring you up. But if we have any, yeah, the gateway problem also, yeah. If you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul, I want to hear from you. That's perfectly fine. Let's see. Over on YouTube, there's some people who are talking in the chat, but they're not man enough to come up here on TikTok, I guess, and actually have a conversation. You can request up on TikTok. That is perfectly fine. Just request up. I will bring you up and we'll have a conversation. If you don't want to come up on TikTok, you can send a super chat over on YouTube and I will read it out loud. I will respond to it. You can ask a question or make a statement or make a claim or something like that, and I'll respond to it. Other than that, if you've got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, I want to hear from you. The request button here on TikTok is about right there or down there. And remember, guys, 1 Peter 3:15 says you should always be prepared to defend why you believe what you believe when questioned or demanded of you, and do so respectfully. And that's what some of the guests earlier today just haven't been able to grasp, is the respectful part. So that's just kind of how that works. All right. So if you've got evidence for Jesus or Paul, I want to hear from you. Come on up. User says Bart Ehrman Bart, all caps for some reason. Ehrman told me loves Jesus Christ. You didn't even complete the thought. What is happening? Joe Maddie's 7557 over on YouTube says, this is just AI. It's not real. The Bible is not AI. I mean, yes, I understand that Jesus is not real, but I'm not calling him AI. That's weird. That's really strange. Let's see. Jacob Baker on YouTube says, don't bother with this child. He's not too bright. Well, you're not man enough to come up here and actually have a conversation with the person who you think is not too bright. If I'm not too bright, it should be really easy to prove Jesus to me, and possibly even Paul. But here I am asking you to come up here and prove me wrong, and still waiting for something. All right. Human, I think, says, this, I literally put the Jesus actually did exist. Don't know why you had to write the word Jesus actually did exist. I just don't believe he actually did any miracles. If you are a mod over on TikTok, feel free to send invites to people who are saying that Jesus existed there in the chat, and I will gladly have a conversation with them. Feel free to send some invites. Eddie already says, I've been waiting for 2 years, still no evidence. That's how that works. That is how that works. Rude. I am, yeah. Well, I don't know. They're just not coming up. They love to chirp. Someone said Paul is made up. Yep, I would agree with that. Paul and Jesus are made up. That's how that works. Clark745 says, can we prove any of the people in the Bible ever existed? Yes, we can. We can actually dive in and we can try to figure out whether or not these people existed based on evidence like that we might have specifically for them, especially like the leaders and stuff like that. For some of the smaller characters, it's a little tougher. But nevertheless, if their story lines up with what we know about history, that's a pretty good indicator of the story at least being somewhat based in some kind of reality. All right, what is going on? Growth and Discomfort, you're back. Hopefully you got better connection.
I believe I do. Sound better?
Yeah, a little better. What you got for us?
Okay, cool. Well, you had mentioned Josephus, and that might be like, it seems like I consistently hear that from like people I talk to that debate a little bit. And how do you discredit that when it comes to as far as a debate with a believer? Like when they say, well, that's a historical, that's something outside of the Bible that that references to this Christ. Now I know it seems like it was altered later, and that was proven as far as adding that he was the Christ. But what would you say in argument to that? Like if someone's saying, well, Josephus is a great proof that Jesus was the Christ or whatever.
I mean, people will say that because they believe that it's real. Again, if it was real, it would be decent. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Like, it would be decent evidence for Jesus if it was a real thing. If Josephus had actually written the Testimonium Flavianum, which talks about Jesus and Pilate and everything like that, that would be decent. I mean, it is glazing Jesus quite a bit, which is how we know that that's the first red flag on the path of figuring out whether or not Josephus actually wrote it. Spoiler alert, he didn't. But the point is, if it was actually something he wrote, then that would be decent because it was within the first century, at least.
Right. So who is believed to have written it?
Eusebius.
Okay.
Yeah, Eusebius is
is that something that you found or that?
Yeah, I mean, multiple people have found this. Eusebius is the first one to mention this thing.
Yeah.
He's the first one to mention the paragraph in the early 4th century. Prior to that, no one ever said anything about it. They didn't even quote a single line from that paragraph, which is pretty damning when they're quoting from the same book and they don't even mention that. Like, none of the church fathers or anything said, "Oh, Josephus actually did write about Jesus," and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
Now, it'd be a slam
Yes.
dunk.
Yeah. So he was just trying to say, "Hey, look what I found," to try to kind of hype himself and
Yeah, if you will. Eusebius says,
well, no, you wrote that. You
yeah.
wrote it.
Yeah, well, Eusebius said, "Let us now make use of Josephus the Jew," and then he gives us this paragraph. And it's like, well, okay. You just kind of made that shit up.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, cool, man. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Lesson of the day.
Yeah. Thanks for coming up, man. Let's see. I wanted to get to some super chats. Again, if you send a super chat on YouTube, I will read it out loud and I will respond to it. Let's see. We got £2 from SEO Scale Up, SEO Scale Up. I think, yeah, £2. Thank you. And then another £2 from SEO Scale Up. Well, thank you very much for the pounds for the quid. I don't know. I have no idea what that even means. All right. Then thank you very much for the jewels there from Paul Valencia. And then $10, $9.99 there from Real Rizzo 326. Rizzo like from the Muppets, or Rizzo from like baseball. Anyways, it says in Acts, Paul crashed when he was transported to Rome. This is a shipwreck. That's mentioned in Acts, and the people took him in, and their island now that celebrates. Okay, let me try that. In Acts, Paul crashed when he was transported to Rome, and the people took him in, and their island now that celebrates the day he arrived and spread the gospel don't know names. I think. So you're either saying you don't know the names of the island, which is possible. I think it's supposed to be Malta. But or maybe I'm not exactly sure what you're saying. I don't know if you're saying that the people on the island don't know their names, or you don't know the names of the island. Either way, yes, there is a story in Acts where Paul crashes and ends up on Malta and everything like that. He ends up in like 3 shipwrecks, which is an insane amount of shipwrecks for a human being to have to endure there in the Mediterranean. So it's pretty clear it's not a real story. But yeah, this is also the same story where Paul is warming himself by the fire, and a venomous snake supposedly comes up and bites him, and he shakes it off, and the people from the island are waiting for him to just to fall over and just let the venom take its course, and he never does. And so they think, oh my god, like he must be divine or something like that, and so they're all like really happy about him. And that's just not the case, because Malta has never had any, or that particular island that he was on never had any venomous snakes on it, because it's an island and there's no venomous snakes on there. And it was just pretty wild, like, to actually read that for the first time. Like, when I was younger is when the first time I read that, and I was like, well, that doesn't make a lot of sense. And so I guess over time there have been some things that I've realized don't make a lot of sense, especially with an Acts, because it's like a more mythological story of what happens to the disciples after Jesus leaves. It's just kind of a follow-up story that people like. And there's a bunch of Acts. There's Acts of Peter, Acts of Paul, Acts of Thecla, Acts of the Apostles is what's in the canon today. So it's pretty obvious that there's just like a bunch of books that people liked to read, or wanted to read, or wanted to get stories from. And so they just continued on with the mythology. What is going on, El Guru?
What's going on? What's going on, Jaron? Hey, listen, I love the work you're doing over here.
Thanks.
And listen, do you know this glazer called Dustin White?
Yeah.
Exchanged deals with Dustin White before.
Yeah.
So I was reading an article on Medium right now that I got a hold of.
Yeah. That he wrote,
What's the
yeah,
name?
his thing.
Yeah, that he wrote. Did you read that article, or did you want me to read it for you?
No, I've read it.
You read it? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Failing stylometry, Christ before Jesus.
Yeah.
This is a glazer. This guy claims to be a former mythicist. You know,
I don't
I
know
don't
if
know,
he
man.
ever really was, but I mean, okay, cool. I mean, sweet. Yeah, I mean, he could have been, but nevertheless,
Right.
it's kind of like I think it's a lot like when people say, "I'm a former atheist," and it's like, well, yeah, it's because we were all born atheists. So I mean, like, there's not really much I can do there. But that being said, um, yeah, his main contention with what we have talked about is the stylometric analysis, which only amounts to about 15 to 20% of our argument anyways, and is only found in like 2 of our chapters in our 9-chapter book, and one of those chapters is just telling you what stylometry is and introducing you to it. So it's okay, but his contention with it is wrapped up in old information. He thinks that you need a lot bigger sample sizes in order to get accurate runs, and that's just not the case. Like the mathematician behind the distance formulas that we use, Dr. Macy Jeter, has said time and time again that you need a lot less, or you don't need as much. You can work with a lot less than what we have in like the single or dual chapter level runs that we have in stylometry. So it's pretty obvious that like he's just kind of using outdated stuff. He's really butthurt because he may have thought that Jesus didn't exist at one point, and then he fell for the apologetics that tried to say that Jesus existed. He fell for these things, and now he doesn't want to admit that like he fell for something, so he just tries to badmouth math. So, I don't know, whatever. Who cares? But anyways, did you have anything that is specific that you wanted to bring up, or?
Well, he's trying to claim that you weren't honest in your methodology. This is what he's saying. I want to. That's what I'm looking for right
Yeah,
now.
I
He's
know.
saying that you and Matthew were not clear in your methodology
Uh-huh.
in the findings. Right. So, um, yeah, I don't
I
know,
mean,
man. This guy
we
seems like a
do
hack to
live
me, bro.
demonstrations of it, like on
Yeah.
MythVision's YouTube channel.
Mhm.
You can see a live demonstration, 3 live demonstrations of the software at work. Like he just didn't want to actually do the software. He just didn't want to do it. So I recognize that like for the sake of like getting the graphs onto a book, it doesn't like we can't get everything into the actual like page because at the bottom of like a PDF it'll say like whenever we have a PDF file that's made from this or a JPEG or something that's made
Yes.
of the graph, it'll have like the certain details or the rest of the graph and everything like that will be shown on the dendrogram, but we can't get that onto a page for a book. It's too big. Because we're running so many files, and so he's complaining that we don't share our parameters for the software.
Ah,
But
okay.
I mean, okay, you can watch us do live demonstrations of it, and we will tell you what these parameters are. Like he's just he's wanting to dismiss it as opposed to actually looking into what we're saying. If he cared about what we were saying, he would actually look into what we're saying and watch videos where we very clearly show him how to run it. So it's just silly. It's nonsense. And people in the chat have actually ran it and stuff like that easily and seen what we're doing. So it's not that hard. It's just he doesn't like it.
And just to piggyback, I
Sure.
wrote in Mythicist. I wrote in Mythicist in my Google search engine.
Mm-hmm.
And would you believe it or not, you guys' book comes up
No.
as state, and this I'm serious. AI says that the mythicism is based off the computational something something about this book Christ before Jesus, and it mentioned you guys. It's amazing, man, how AI is catching up to you guys in this way. You know, this is getting a lot of traction, man.
Maybe. I don't know. It didn't come up for me, so I don't know.
It didn't come up for you. Okay.
Yeah, well, I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, like that doesn't make any sense. But maybe if you search for mythicist books within the last few years or something, maybe it would come up. Maybe. No, we don't even come up then.
Okay, and
We
my
don't
last
even come up. Yeah. But
does it pop
anyway,
up?
go
And
ahead.
my last question is, man, what else are you working on? Are you working with Matthew on your next project? And if
Yeah.
so, what can we expect, man?
Yeah. So we're taking a look at the Book of Mormon, the Quran, and the Old Testament.
Okay, the Book of Mormon, man. Wow, that's wild.
Yeah. It's a trip. It's pretty. It's weird. But I do want to get to some other guests. But thank you very much, El Guru, the polyglot, for
Yes, sir.
for coming up. The
Yes.
polyglot. That means
Hey,
that you can speak multiple languages, right?
I can speak about three different languages, and I understand another language, fourth language.
Oh snap!
So yeah, so
Is
I
one of
speak
them Klingon?
English. Nah, I wish I did. English, Spanish, Portuguese, and some French. So yeah.
Oh, there we go. A lot of romance languages in there as well as English, but that's pretty cool. But thank you very much, El Guru, for coming up. Thank you.
Thanks, bro.
Next we've got Transplenda.
It's just a variation of the spelling.
Okay.
Transplenda, but it's been banned so many times I've had to misspell it. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's not good.
No, I'm not. It's not anything for talking about this subject, so you're safe.
Okay.
It's just talking about Trump and shit that gets me done in.
Okay.
I'm a fan of Richard Carrier, Bob Price, read their books. I don't believe Jesus physically walked the earth, but I am a Christian. You know what I mean? Like, I'm the proper early Christians that thought of things in terms of occurring in the seven heavens and not on earth, and it was brought to earth through euhemeris and euhemerization. You were talking about having a book, so I'm assuming you know this stuff, so I'm just racing through it. But
right.
Yeah, like the story, like when we watch Xena, Warrior, Princess, and Hercules, those were the stories of the day with the guys standing on a box on a street corner talking about gods walking among them, and the elites don't notice them, but the ones with nothing do notice them. The least shall be first was the message of the Gospel of Mark, and then it got butchered. But I do support the belief in Christianity the way it was intended originally, and not the bastardization of the literal walking in Galilee Christ.
All right. Well, that was a lot. So it sounds like you've kind of bought into the Richard Carrier position, where Jesus didn't exist, but there was some sort of a movement that got kind of hijacked, if you will, by people who started making historical claims about the guy.
Right. You have Paul in his epistles talking about the space Jesus that everyone would have understood in those times, of having visions of them and mass visions occurring. That's the one that makes sense. And then it was brought to earth in a beautiful myth of Mark, where it's supposed to mimic like everything's written in chiasma structure, where if there's a boy 1/3 in white, there'll be a boy 2/3 in white, and it's all poetic. You know what I mean? If you want to read the Gospels as a history, you'd have to believe that the disciples were Forrest Gump and could never learn anything because they were devices. They weren't something to be believed as a real human disciple of Jesus, but it still carries forth a message. It still preaches forgiveness. It's still the glue that gets humans to come together. And if you give that up, if you give up the Christian layer and think that you'd be better off without it, you become a lunatic who believes there's 50 genders, and you become a rampant, raging feminist. It turns everything to shit and chaos, and that's what we're experiencing right now in our lives. So I just encourage people not to give up Christianity just because people believe in a literal Christ. All the worst people in your life do go through satanic rituals, and they do believe in dark energies. So that.
Alpaca, what do you have for us today, Alpaca?
Well, I mean, just listening to Transplenda there, he's very wise. There's a lot of things going for him, and I've seen him on a lot of panels, and it made me kind of think of something. You don't think Jesus exists. That's fine. You're allowed to have that, obviously. But I'd say about 100 years from now, there's going to be stories written about the pandemic, right? They're going to be talking about how COVID overtook the world, just like they did the Black Plague 100 years prior. Therefore, there'd have to be actual accounts of those.
What was that? Oh, sorry, you're blocked. Anyways, does anybody have any anybody have any evidence for Jesus or Paul? I mean, I get that people are like, hey, I agree with you, but agreeing about Jesus and Paul does not necessarily mean, hey, this person's also a conspiracy theorist who's a piece of shit and anti-LGBTQIA. What is going on, Anne?
Hi.
Hey.
Jesus did exist because there's actually historic evidence that
All right, finally, somebody who's got evidence for Jesus or Paul. Jesus Christ. Not that hard, guys.
And
Okay.
if you go into
So what do we got?
like Roman history, you can see like people that they crucified and whatever, you can see that Jesus actually existed if you go
In
back
Roman
and like,
history?
yes.
Okay. So like what text?
There's like, you know how we have censuses and what do you mean? Yeah. So if you go on
So
to
Jesus is mentioned in a census, is that what you're saying?
people who have been arrested and all that, you can see that.
Well, what was
there
the?
is.
Oh, you're just using census as like as an example of something that
Yeah,
they would
as an
keep,
example.
or you're not saying
there
that
is-
like he's in a census.
I'm not saying he's in a census.
Oh, okay.
I'm saying
okay.
there is historical evidence that Jesus exists.
Like,
because
but where?
his name is on.
His name's on what? Sorry, if you're off the app, I can't hear you. You can hear me, but I can't hear you. Like you're still here, but you got to come back to TikTok and for me to be able to hear you. Maybe you're getting a call or a text or something, but I can't hear you at this moment. All right. Well, Anne. And I'm wanting to have a conversation with you, but and it's fine if you're just looking something up, but you got to come back before TikTok will kick you off. Okay. I don't know. It may not go anywhere. Anyways, if anybody wants to come up here and help Ann out, you definitely can. Just request on up.
What's up, man? How are you doing?
TikTok time 5. What you got, man?
I have some proof that Jesus is real man. He's a real man, you know?
Okay.
He's a real man, actually. What happened is actually that your people have sold him to the Roman Empire, and you guys, you know, why you guys sold him to the Roman Empire?
Who is you guys?
Why you give it to the Roman Empire? You are a Jewish, no? Well,
No.
you are an Israelian. So where you from?
Nope. Tennessee.
Tennessee. Your face? It doesn't say Tennessee. It says Jerusalem. It says something Babylon, maybe something like that.
Nope.
Tell the truth. Tell me the truth. Don't act like the Iranian. They lie for their purpose. They lying to have a goal.
Cool.
Don't lie to me here. I'm a Muslim. I'm the Islamic Empire. I did prove Jesus was existed.
All right.
So what about us? What about 3 billion Muslims on earth who proving that Jesus is existed? And Jesus is also part of their
All right. Keep your panties
faith.
on.
Someone,
Really?
you have a.
Listen, Daddy's
That is
talking.
a Jewishism.
Daddy is talking. So at the end of
Let
the
me
day,
talk-
you're
let
gonna-
me
you're-
speak, idiot.
You're gonna
Let me
speak idiot? Is that you've been speaking idiot
What,
for quite some
Chalaman?
time? That being said, do you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul? Do you have any evidence for them? We're trying to figure out whether or
I
not
have
they even
evidence
existed.
for Jesus. I have evidence
That's
for
fine.
Jesus. He
That's
did
fine.
miracles.
That's fine. That's
He
fine.
surprised you
Slow
guys,
down,
and
slow
then you
down,
sold him
slow
to the
down,
Roman
slow down, slow
Empire.
down. I'm not Jewish, dude. I don't know why you keep saying that. So, anyways,
Yeah, you are Jewish, man. You're lying to say I'm not Jewish. Yes,
No.
you are Jewish.
Anyways,
We're gonna kick you, man. Donald Trump is the Messiah, by the way. Trump is the Messiah. Now we're gonna kick your mom. Now we're
Sweet.
gonna kick your mom to Persia. You go and see what's gonna happen, you mother.
Persian either. Anyways, do you have any evidence for Jesus?
Yes,
Anything
you
at
do
all?
have a connection
Like
with
what?
Persians. Yes, you do.
No. But do you have anything for
miracles,
Jesus?
Jerusalem, geography, all exist. That all proves that Jesus existed in this area. In this area, my friend. Jerusalem, yes, Jerusalem. And the people who followed him, they were Armenian, the Aramaic people, Aramaic, Semitic. We all
All right. So, that being said, what is your evidence that he existed 2,000 years ago? I understand that Jerusalem is around today. You might believe in miracles. That's fine. But what do we have in the way of 2,000-year-old evidence for Jesus?
The Bible.
I think you need to get a little closer to the Waffle House. The Wi-Fi is going out.
It proves Jesus existed.
We didn't catch half of that.
You're so stupid, bro. Get the fuck, man. I think you have some.
What? And then he just kind of left. Okay. Anyways, Anne, somehow TikTok didn't remove you, but what do you got, Anne? Well, what were you able to find?
Oh, sorry. There's like not what do you call it? Like
Batteries in your smoke detector?
oh, sorry. Yes, there is. It just needs to be changed. But there are historians that wrote of Jesus. Not only the Bible, but there's actually like Romanian like historians and like Jewish historians that spoke of Jesus.
All right, like who? No, Anne. And you keep.
Hello?
And whenever you leave, I can't hear you. So hopefully you weren't talking. I can't hear you. Like if you're going to go look for information, like you can for like a second or two, but you got to hop back. Otherwise TikTok will remove you.
Yes.
And I can't hear you when you're off. See, like whenever you do that, I can't hear you.
There is Tacitus.
Okay, so Tacitus. All right.
Tacitus.
Okay.
Who spoke of Jesus and wrote letters about who Jesus was and that he existed.
Okay, so Tacitus doesn't write any letters about Jesus. That's not a thing. What you're referring to is the book called Annals, which was written in 116. It's like a history of the Roman Empire. And in book 15, chapter 44, or section 44 of Tacitus's Annals, he mentions how Christians were blamed for the fire in Rome in 64 by Nero. Is this ringing a bell?
Yes.
Okay. So in that text, there are multiple errors in the sentence that says that Christ is where they got their name. Multiple errors. And when we take a look at that line and isolate it compared to other things from Tacitus, we see that it's not in his style of writing, which means he didn't write that. Someone else wrote that later on. It doesn't get mentioned until the early 5th century. Tacitus dies in like the early 2nd century. So, I mean, it's something that gets added later on by another Christian is what I'm saying.
Okay, and other than that, there are eyewitness belief. Like there are eyewitnesses who have said that Jesus existed. So,
like who?
Those not a lot of people.
Like who? Like who would be an eyewitness to Jesus that says that they met him or something? Or saw him, I guess.
Well, if you don't take the Bible as a
well, I mean, I can. Where does it say in there that there's an eyewitness who met Jesus?
There's a lot of them. The disciples met Jesus.
Okay. Well, I mean, where do we have any testimony from them?
Their books.
Like what?
Mark, Luke, John.
Mark is not a disciple. Luke is not a disciple.
I'm
you know
talking
that, right?
about like the books.
Yeah, but Mark isn't a disciple.
Matthew.
Okay. Where in Matthew does it say that it's written by Matthew?
Matthew wrote the book of Matthew.
Yeah, I know. What verse says this? In fact,
it's
only in this. It's not. Where is it implied? What verse? I mean, hell,
the book is literally named after
it's the only book that even calls that disciple Matthew. The other gospels call him Levi.
Levi, Matthew. God changed his name.
God changed his name?
Jesus, God. Jesus is God.
When does he change his name? Because when Jesus comes up to him, when he gets converted by Jesus in the Gospel of Matthew, his name isn't Levi, it's Matthew. And when he gets converted in the other Gospels, his name isn't Matthew, it's Levi. So, I mean, it never says that he changed his name. It's also really weird why you'd have two Hebrew names. But that being said, where does it say that it's written by Matthew or even make that as, insinuation?
Because the book is named after Matthew.
Yeah, we don't get the name Matthew until about 180, 185. That's 150 to 155
There's
years
different
after the supposed death
translations
of
of the
Jesus.
Bible.
Okay. What does that have to do with what I said?
So you're saying that name wasn't until a certain point.
About 180 to 185 is the first time we get the name Matthew attached to that gospel. His name is Irenaeus. He's an early church father in the late 2nd century. It's about 150 to 155 years after the supposed death of Jesus is the first time that we get any name Matthew associated with that gospel. That's the issue here. I mean, I understand that, like, you're saying, oh, hey, well, it's called the Gospel of Matthew. Yeah, it's called the Gospel of Matthew, but that's just because it got attached to it later on. There's no evidence whatsoever that it was ever called Matthew before that.
Okay, but the book of Matthew,
Mm-hmm.
we can agree. I mean, I'm not saying you're gonna agree, but has chapters that spoke of what Jesus did. So I would
just like the books from J.K. Rowling have chapters that talk about what Harry Potter did, but that doesn't mean that, like, the author was actually there or anything. It never claims that J.K. Rowling was actually there to see Harry Potter. It never claims that the author of Matthew was there to see Jesus. Let alone does he say, hey, you know, my name is Matthew. He never even says I was alive at the same time as Jesus. There's no insinuation there.
So if he wasn't alive during the time of Jesus, then the book wouldn't be named like after him.
No,
just,
it
like,
can
talking
be.
about.
It's just a later person just said that's the Gospel of Matthew, and they come up with they just say, oh, yeah, we're just going to assign a disciple to have written the book, even though it never says that. I mean, if it's said in the text, my name is Matthew, or like I, Matthew, or something like that, then yeah, I'd assume that Matthew wrote it. But it doesn't. It never says that. Not even close. In fact, the conversion story that happens in the text, what it does is it actually copies from what Mark said about his conversion story. So if Matthew actually wrote the gospel, he pulls his own conversion story where he, like, comes to know that Jesus is where he starts following Jesus. He pulls that from someone else's book, Mark, because it's the same wording. But I mean, but Mark wasn't even a disciple. Why would he be pulling from him? That's like me writing an autobiography about you, or writing a biography of you, and then you write your own autobiography but copy me. Why would you do that? You're you. I'm not you. Why would you copy me? Does that make sense?
Yes, they're the same stories, but they're written in different perspectives.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not. Otherwise, he would say, I started following him. But he doesn't, because he never identifies himself as that disciple at all. In fact, it really gives a lot more information about the transfiguration. If you know what the transfiguration is, that's where Jesus took Peter, James, and John up into a garden or on a mountain or something like that, and he ends up near Jerusalem. And he ends up, like, glowing white, and then Moses and Elijah show up, and he starts talking to them. Do you remember that story?
I do not.
Okay, well, it's in. I know it sounds weird, but it's in the Synoptic Gospels. It's in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and it's in Matthew, Mark, and Luke. And in these Gospels, Jesus, like, takes Peter, James, and John, starts glowing white, and then he. You know what? Fuck it. You know, we're actually going to take a look at this. I actually want to show you what I'm talking. Just because it sounds ridiculous when I say it. But let's see, the transfiguration. Okay, I want to show you what I'm talking about. So you're not like, man, this person's nuts. Okay, no, it's Matthew 17 is when Matthew talks about it. So in Matthew 17, transfiguration. 6 days later, Jesus took with him Peter, James, and his brother John, and led them up high on a mountain. That's what it is. Yeah, up a high mountain by themselves. And he was transfigured before them, and his face shone like the sun, and his clothes became bright as light. Suddenly there appeared to them Moses and Elijah talking with him. Then Peter said to Jesus, Lord, it is good for us to be here. If you wish, I will set up 3 tents here, one for you, one for Moses, and one for Elijah. While he was still speaking, suddenly a bright cloud overshadowed them, and a voice came from the cloud saying, this is my son, the beloved, blah, 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 blah. Basically a lot of shit that basically happens at the baptism. Same kind of thing, but there's not like a bird. Anyways, the point is, this is something that is talked about in Mark, and then the story is echoed in Matthew, but with more information. But Matthew wasn't there. He just wasn't there. It's just Peter, James, and John by themselves. In fact, if this is written by Matthew, then when Jesus later on, when he when Jesus prays in the garden, remember like how he prayed right before he ends up getting arrested and everything like that?
Yes.
Remember that? Yeah. So in that particular case, like, how do you, like, what do you do there? Because all the disciples were asleep. How did Matthew know what was being said? Does that make sense?
Yes, that makes sense.
And it's Matthew 26 is where it's at here. And see, Judas agrees to pay Jesus, the Passover with the disciples, institutional Lord's Supper, Peter's denial, praise in Gethsemane. Then Jesus went with them to a place called Gethsemane, and he said to his disciples, "Sit here while I go over there and pray." He took with him Peter and 2 sons of Zebedee. So that's James and John yet again. So he tells the disciples to sit here, and then he takes with him Peter, James, and John. And then what ends up happening is he comes to the disciples and finds them sleeping. And he says to Peter, "You couldn't even stay awake with me for an hour? Like, everybody's asleep." How do they know what he said?
That's an excellent question.
Yeah, and this is because it's written in the way that is, it's called third person omniscient. Third person omniscient. Third person, you understand like third person, right? Like first person versus third person. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So it's definitely not first person because the author never says, "I did this." It's third person, which is fine. History can still be written in third person. In fact, back then it was lots of times. Josephus writes in third person. But omniscient is where it starts to get into more fiction, because you're able to hear behind walls. You're able to hear conversations that the main character shouldn't have heard. And you're like, wait a minute, that doesn't make any sense. Matthew is actually goes even further. After the supposed resurrection and everything like that there of Jesus, I think it's in Matthew 20. I want to go 27. Well, no, let's go 28. Let's go 28 because I think that's when okay. So the resurrection of Jesus happens, and then what ends up happening is the report of the guard. While they were going, some of the guard went into the city and told the chief priest everything that they had happened. So in other words, the guard who was there at the tomb, they saw that the empty tomb was there, and so they went to go tell the chief priest. So it says they tell the chief priest everything that that had happened. After the priests had assembled the elders, they devised a plan to give a large sum of money to the soldiers, telling them, "You must say his disciples came by night and stole him away while they were asleep. If this comes to the governor's ears, we will satisfy him and keep you out of trouble." All right. Who was there during that conversation? You know what I mean? There's not even a Christian in the room.
Couldn't the soldiers have reported what was said?
I mean, no, because then they'd get in trouble. That was the point. In order for that to have happened, the soldiers would have had to come out and been like, "Hey, we saw the empty tomb, and then we told those guys about the empty tomb, and then they paid us to keep our mouths shut. Otherwise, bad things would happen to us. But we're not keeping our mouths shut, so..."
That could have happened.
I mean, it could have, I guess, but you'd have to assume that they had a detailed report of what ended up happening. Also, this is absolutely going to get a lot of people in trouble if they're like, I mean, they're talking shit about what happened in that room where they devised this like conniving plan. The main reason for this, just so we're clear, is that Matthew is definitely a gospel that starts the trend of fairly anti-Semitic kind of tropes within the gospel, where the Jews are actually these people who are not just unbelievers, but people who are actively trying to unalive Jesus and actively trying to stop Jesus and stop the spread of Jesus. It's pretty aggressive within these texts, but nevertheless, and this is of course after the resurrection anyways. I'd have to grant you that the resurrection happened in order for the story to even happen physically. So the point is, when we end up with situations like this, when we end up with who was there whenever Jesus and Pilate were talking, there's no Christian who was in there. Did they just give the minutes to the Christians later on? They're like, "Oh, hey, we had a court reporter and here's what he said." Like, why? Who was there when Jesus and Satan were walking around, in the desert for 40 days? Who was there to quote him? Who's there awake when the disciples are asleep? And apparently they know what he said right before he got arrested and unalive, so didn't have a time to tell him. It's a whole bunch of different stuff. There's a whole bunch of different times that we can take a look at the gospel and see this is third person omniscient. This is indicative of fiction. This is what you would expect to see if they were just writing a story as opposed to writing a real history.
Okay, if not Matthew, then what about the book of John?
What about it?
He was an apostle of Jesus Christ, and he wrote the book.
Mm-mm. It never says that John wrote it. Where does it say John?
It does.
Mm-mm.
The book of John was written by John, the
Okay.
apostle.
Well, it's just like with what I did there with Matthew. Where does it say that John wrote it? In fact, the only time that it even comes close to trying to say what happens is near the end. It's talking about how Jesus is talking to a particular disciple. Let's see. Where is it at here? Yeah, he's talking about a particular disciple here at the end. Oh, here it is. Okay. So the rumor spread among the brothers and sisters that this disciple would not die. Yet Jesus did not say to him that he would not die, but if it is my will that he remain until I come, what is that to you? This is the disciple who is testifying to these things and has written them, and we know that his testimony is true. So in other words, the people who are writing the book are supposedly taking a testimony from somebody, but he's never named. They're just saying, we know his testimony is true. All right, cool. In fact, there's scholarly debate as to who this disciple even supposedly is because he's never named. While, most people assume that that's John because John is a disciple in the other Gospels and he's not named in this one. There's also the problem of, remember that transfiguration story where he goes up and he takes Peter, James, and John up and he starts glowing? Remember that story I just read to you?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's not in John. Doesn't mention it. It's like one of the most defining moments of the Jesus character, and he just doesn't mention it in John. It's really weird. On top of that, there is Lazarus, and Lazarus is sometimes referred to kind of like as a disciple, or could potentially be this disciple, because it says that he is the disciple that Jesus loved. Like this particular disciple was laying on Jesus's bosom or laying against him during the Last Supper, but it also has Lazarus doing the same thing in Bethany whenever Jesus is having a meal with him and his two sisters, Mary and Martha. So there are some scholars who say that it, due to the lack of information that would be found there if it was from John, but the connection with Lazarus, that it could be Lazarus because it's never named. I mean, you can kind of pick whatever one you want, but it never explicitly says it. And it's pretty clear that the actual writing of this book is a group of people. Not to mention in Acts 4:13, it says, as they looked on Peter and John so fearlessly outspoken and also discovered that they were illiterate persons, untrained in the schools, they were surprised. In other words, the Greek word there is agrammatoi, which means without writing. Literally, Peter and John can't even write. They're illiterate. And it definitely wouldn't make any sense because the gospel is written in Greek, and John would have been a fisherman who spoke in Aramaic. At best, he might be able to write in Greek a little bit, like a receipt or something. Like, at best, like a receipt for fish, but not a whole giant religious book, like on a topic. Like, for instance, are you bilingual or you just know English?
Yeah, I'm bilingual.
You're bilingual? Okay. I'm stabbing the dark here. Is it Spanish and English?
No, it's Haitian Creole.
Oh, nice. Very nice. That's pretty cool. So, but do you know some Spanish words?
Yeah.
Okay. But so you might be able to have a basic conversation with my name is where's her name? Anne. Yeah. My name is Anne, or how are you doing today? Like you might be able to get away with a small conversation, right? In Spanish.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but like, could you write a book on a religion in Spanish?
I mean, you could have somebody help you write a book.
Sure, sure. But the time that he's supposedly writing this is while he's in exile, and he wouldn't have anybody helping him.
Hmm.
But the point is, ultimately, one thing that we don't see within New Testament writings, as we get older and older, there's fewer and fewer things that have anything to do with like more Jewish nature stuff. It's all Greek. It goes back to Greek really, really early. The earliest inscription of Jesus's name that we've ever found was found not too long ago, a couple of years ago, or a year or two ago or so. It's on the Megiddo prison floor where they transformed a prison into a church, and it dates to 239, so like early to mid 3rd century, and it says Jesus is God on it, on the floor, but it's in Greek. We don't have things in Aramaic or Hebrew or anything like that that go back further than that even have any mention of Jesus. The oldest things that we have of everything Christianity is Greek. It is absolutely Greek in nature, even though it's supposed to come from a place where the most common language was Aramaic. It's Greek all the way through and through. It's a Greek religion as opposed to a Jewish religion or something out of Judea. It's just that they end up with a mythology about like Jesus and stuff. These gospels, they're mythology, but they're written in Greek, but their background is Judea. It's kind of like somebody from New York City writing a Western. Like, they may have never even been over to Texas. And of course, they could be writing a Western about something that happened a long time ago. Tarantino wrote Westerns. Never. Nah. He's not from that time period. He doesn't know shit about Texas. But there you go. You know what I mean? Like, you can write things, and that's what we're seeing. Is that making sense there, Ann?
Yeah, I'll definitely do more research about it. But
yeah,
obviously, I believe Christ.
Well, I get it. I get it. I get it.
You made some interesting points, and that's definitely something that I will like research and take into account.
What I would recommend. Remember that argument about how the disciples knew what to write while they were all asleep? I want you to focus on that argument. Try to find an answer to that doesn't just immediately tell you, oh, it's just the Holy Spirit told him what to write. Or after Jesus' resurrection, he told them what to write. Because both of those, if you think about it, require something supernatural, right? Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Find a natural explanation as to how these people could have possibly known what Jesus said while they were all asleep. Because what I'm telling you here is that there's not one. And that's ultimately what I'm getting at. The only way to make this story work is if you appeal to supernatural things, which means, okay, you could do that for any religion at that point. If you granted Scientology all their crazy stuff, if you granted the Mormons all their crazy stuff, if you granted the Hindus all their crazy, you could do it all day. You know what I mean? You could. Apparently, they're just as correct as everybody else. That's what I'm talking about there. Does that make sense?
Yes.
That's so. Feel free to come back up, to request back up. I will talk to you in the future. I promise. Just request back up. But take a look into that. Take a look at least into that one argument that I made there, and try to figure out a natural explanation of how these things come about naturally. How these things come about if you're without assuming any supernatural things is what I'm saying. Like, try to find a natural explanation for this. And if you can't, realize that, I mean, if you still believe in supernatural stuff, I mean, it's whatever, but you can't really say anything about any other religion if you're just going to grant yourself supernatural abilities, or your own religion supernatural abilities, but not another religion. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But anyways, Thank you. Thank you for coming up. Go do some research and then request back up some other time. I go live every day, every weekday. Fair? We good?
Yes.
Oh, and by the way, change the batteries in your damn smoke detector.
Oh my gosh, everybody in the comments is talking about my batteries. I know.
Change your batteries. We care about you. We care about you and your well-being, and we don't want...
They still work. I know. The battery just
Well,
needs to
I
be
mean,
changed
it's letting you know that it's...
Yes,
I'm
yes,
tired, boss. Like, just change the batteries. Anyways, I will talk to you later, Ann, okay? All right,
yes,
guys, put W's in the chat for Ann. I want to see some W's in the chat for Ann. But thank you very much, Ann, for coming up. W's in the chat for Ann. I'm going to let that play out. All right. Let's see. I did want to get to some super chats. There was a super chat that was sent by Godwin7, $4.99. Thank you very much. Says, so Jaron, would you say Christianity is less Jews adopting Greek/Zoroastrianism and more Greeks adopting Jewish/Zoroastrianism, both something else? Thank you. And the answer is yes, I would. I would say that it is more like Greek or Greco-Egyptian religion or mystery cult known as Christianity that adopts more of the like a Jewish Gnosticism, if you will, or more Jewish thought after the Bar Kokhba revolt. It's the Bar Kokhba revolt that actually sends the Jewish people out of Judea because Emperor Hadrian banishes them from this area, and so they go into the surrounding areas, and about a decade later is when we get the first gospel published. Prior to that, we don't have any Christians lined up with Judaism or anything like that. Like, it just doesn't seem to have any connection there, no real connection there. Moving on, we do have somebody who was requesting up here. Wanted to get to them. Let's see. Who do we get? Well, hopefully it connects. I think it will. It's showing me that it connected on my phone, so hopefully it connects here. And by the way, if you're on YouTube and you don't want to come up onto TikTok, TikTok is how I take guests. There is a link in the chat to the TikTok, and you can request up that way, and I will bring you up. If you can't, one second there. If you can't bring up TikTok or you don't want to hop onto TikTok, that's perfectly fine. Just send a super chat. I promise I will read the message and I will respond to
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. What you got? All right. I think he's got bars. I don't know. Yeah, it's not really showing up too well. All right. So if you've got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, yeah, there's a lot of background noise and he didn't have a very good connection. But if you request up again, I can bring him up. But yeah, he's spitting bars. No, he's no. And that is funny. There was, I remember telling somebody you've got bars, and they're like, "Well, thank you." And it's like, no, like, it's showing me little like signal bars, showing me that you don't have a good connection. Anyways, if you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. It's funny. Somebody over on YouTube did mention this book here. I would recommend this book right here. This book actually got me through some very tough times in my life. It was around the time. It was during the. It was actually during the first presidency of Donald Trump. There was a time when toilet paper was not readily available, and there's about the entire chapter 6 in here. Has been utilized, but that being said, I would highly recommend it. The pages are really soft. It's like 3-ply. Anyways, do we have any other people who would like to come up and offer evidence for Jesus or Paul? Den så du fotbollskampen. Ja, skål. Skål Norge. Yo, I believe I'm God. Nope. Liam, how's it going?
Pretty good.
All right. This is Liam number 1 as opposed to Liam number 2.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, none of that horse
Actually,
shit.
there was like a Liam no number, and now there's number 1 because the liberal snowflakes on TikTok decided to target my account because I support the administration that's running this country. So
That's funny. I don't think that that's what this live is about. All right. So, do you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul?
yeah, we have the Bible, we have God's word, the text that was written.
Not a problem. Not a problem. So,
Yeah,
how did you determine that God's
but
word?
I don't think.
No. How did you determine God's word was historically reliable when talking about Jesus? You can use the Bible as evidence. Just go ahead and show me how you know that it's good evidence when talking about Jesus.
Well, I think that the Bible, as it states, without faith, I mean, it's just going to be foolish for you. And
that makes a lot of sense. The Bible is foolish. But did you have any evidence for why it would be historically reliable when talking about Jesus?
Faith? How do I explain faith to you?
Oh, no, I already know what it is. Faith is the excuse people give when they don't have a good reason to believe something. Otherwise, it'd be trust. So, do you have any explanation as to why the Bible would be historically reliable when talking about Jesus? Go ahead.
Yeah, why are you being pushy and muting me already? We just started the conversation.
Because you're not answering the questions. Do you?
You look like you need to be
evidence?
deported, bro. Can you calm down for a second?
Back to Tennessee?
Yeah. You look like I would, I would say, hey, do you have a valid green card? Okay, so just calm down. Okay, let's
no, I have a valid U.S. citizenship. It came with my birth.
I meant deported back to hell is what I meant.
Oh, okay. So you're just kind of stupid and making up like fictional places. So do you have any good reason to accept the Bible as historically reliable when talking about Jesus? Or do you want me to go ahead and move on to the next guest with wrinkles on the brain?
Yeah, I believe that we have the Shroud of Turin. I think that that's an amazing
So that's
piece.
not an answer to the question. We are using the Bible.
Oh my gosh!
So how did you determine that the Bible is historically reliable when talking about Jesus?
Is it possible for you to stop yapping?
Well, I can stop asking the question when you answer it, if that's what you'd like.
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay, so go ahead and answer the question as opposed to pivoting to something else. How did you determine that the Bible is historically reliable when talking about Jesus?
Well, the Bible itself is not would not even be a relevant piece of.
Well, then why did you bring it up?
Oh my gosh, this guy, this guy, dude? Can I get an estrogen check on you? What is the issue with you? Honestly,
my issue is that you don't answer questions.
The issue is you're an emotional woman who can't stop talking. Okay, are you trans?
Yes, I'm going to.
Are you a trans man? Because I need to estrogen check on this guy.
If I'd be a trans man. Anyways.
We know that women interrupt men a lot. Okay, and that's what you keep doing. All right. So let Daddy speak. Let Daddy speak for a minute. Is that okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right.
So you're muted, and Daddy's speaking.
There you go, is it again?
Yep, Daddy's speaking. You said Daddy was going to speak.
Good boy.
You said Daddy was going to speak.
Mute me again. Good boy. Good boy.
Okay. So, do you have any reason why the Bible is historically reliable?
Mute me again.
I'm not muting anybody.
Good
I believe that's a woman who's muting you. How does it feel to be emasculated here on TikTok Live? I'm not touching the mute button at all, actually.
You meant another woman. There's you, and then there's another one muting me. So that would be 2.
Cool.
Right?
You're still put in your place.
2 women?
That being said, what is your reason as to why the New Testament is historically reliable when talking about Jesus? Go ahead.
Well, without Christ's resurrection, there is no gospel. And after Christ was crucified, as it is told, as is documented, that there were at least 500 individuals.
Documented?
Yeah,
Where?
Documented in the text, in the Bible.
It's not documented in the Gospels.
Oh my gosh, dude.
What verse in the Gospels mentions the 500? We'll pull it up.
What verse?
Yep.
I mean, there's all kinds of individuals.
Sweet.
I think.
What verse in the gospel? We'll go ahead and pull it up. What verse would you like for me to go to in the gospels?
Does it not? Does it not? Does it not? Okay. Well, does it not specify that Mary was actually the first one?
Sweet. What verse in the gospels mentions the 500?
Do you want me to do your work for you?
Yeah. Give me the verse in the gospels that mentions the 500.
Okay. Why don't you do what the most liberals do? Why don't you Google search it?
Sweet. Well, the reason I'm asking you is because I'm aware that it doesn't mention that.
Google it for us right now.
It's not in there.
Google. Was Mary the first one to see Christ after his crucifixion?
That's not what you claimed. You claimed that there were 500
witnesses. Why don't you Google
witnesses.
search it for us, bud? Okay.
So we're talking about the 500, not Mary.
Do an AI overview for us.
Sweet.
Okay.
So in what verse of the Bible is the 500 mentioned? Do you know? Or have you not read the book? I know reading is for women, and it sounds like you very clearly haven't read it.
We gotta go one at a time. Listen, we gotta go one at a time. Okay, so let's
So
start.
you mentioned the 500 before Mary, so let's go ahead and talk with the 500. Nope. You mentioned the 500 before Mary, so go ahead. Nope. Go ahead. Yep, listen. Go ahead and give us the 500
Mute
verse.
me again.
Go ahead.
Mute me again.
There you go.
Good girl.
All right.
Mute me again.
500.
Good girl. We can all hear you clicking. We can hear you clicking the mute button. It sounds cute.
Yes.
It's cute. It is cute.
So what is the 500 verse? What's the 500 verse?
Are you like
What is the 500 verse? Proceed.
Are you like a mariachi torta or something? What is going on over here? This is crazy.
Wait. All right. So what you're going to do is you're either going to give the evidence for the 500 verse, or we're going to move to someone with an IQ over room temperature. What would you like?
Can I call you cowgirl? Is that all right?
All right. So do me a favor. Do me a favor and say hello to your mom for me. It's been a while since I've been with your mom. All right. So moving on to Dave the Asbestos. Interesting name.
Oh, yeah. Hey guys. Sorry about everything that's been going on in the live.
Yeah, well, c'est la vie. What you got, Dave?
Okay, so there's two things that I would like to basically separate so that like they don't come with like any technicalities with the statement that you're making with Jesus and Paul never existed. Being okay, there's this historical Jesus, and there's like a that role model that everybody is hoping to achieve in a spiritual level and all that. So of course if they come and say, hey, yeah, all these teachings, of course they exist and all that, okay, that's a technicality, so we're not going down that route, right? So going to the thing that I guess is your focus, which is the historical facts, I am not here to try to convince you of anything. I am actually here to because I enjoy these topics a lot, so that's why I'm like I hope that after all that you've been through with this live, you're still in like that same passionate mode, because it seems like you're very invested in this research. I've been doing this for quite a bit. There's two things that pop into mind. I'm a bit rusty because these topics I have not delved in a couple years, but are you familiar with the work of I believe it's Celsus or Celsus, the it's like a pagan writer that was basically opposed to the idea of Jesus being a person that did miracles, and he was more leaning towards explaining it as
all right, so you're talking about Celsus in 170. What do you got?
That's Are you familiar with it?
Yes, I was able to correct you on the name, so yes, I'm familiar with it.
Right. So of course, there's a thing with these philosophers that are sometimes the main source is like lost to us. And this
we don't have anything directly from Celsus, but we have like Contra Celsum, which shows up in around 230, 240 from Origin. Yes. Exactly. So what's your point? Land the plane.
Oh, so there's like a lot of these bits in history. The Josephus the Flavinian also.
All right, cool. So we're talking about Celsus. So land the plane on Celsus.
Okay, what I'm saying is, as Celsus and Josephus, and then there's a lot of bits in history where
Sweet.
they
So if you
mention.
mention Josephus again, without explaining your point on Celsus, I'm going to go ahead and disconnect you and move on to Luke. All right. What is your point
Oh,
on Celsus? What was that point that you were trying to make? Or were
there
you
are
done with it
people
somehow?
outside of the Bible that are talking about this historical figure.
Okay, and what does
I'm
Celsus
trying to
say? What does Celsus say?
Celsus is talking about Christ not being a miraculous figure, but it's somebody that was doing the I believe it was the Egyptian magical tradition or something of the
Okay.
sorts, right?
Yep. And what did sweet. So Celsus is writing in about 170, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Even Celsus's grandparents wouldn't have been alive to see Jesus. So where do you think he's getting this information from?
Of course, with all the historical things that have been going on in his context, he's closer to that event than you are to Christ in the historical sense. So it is a bit of a disingenuous to just dismiss. Okay, I'm trying to organize. English is not my first language. I'm trying to organize my thoughts here. Okay, so you saying that he was so far removed.
I'm not saying he's so far removed, therefore he can't do it. What I'm saying is I'm asking you, where is he getting his information from? Like when he talks about Jesus, where do you think he got his information about Jesus from?
Dude. You already said it, so it's not like so we're talking about the contra Celsus because it's a rebuttal from somebody that was kind of like trying to bring light to it was trying to bring light to the veracity or to the validity of the miracles, right? So it's like a conversation that we picked up that was.
All right, Luke, what do you got? Please, for the love of Darwin, have some kind of a strung together sentence that we can all follow along with.
I know what you mean. So just to be clear, I'm not sort of trying to refute this here. It's more just bits of interest sort of that I've picked up. So one of them would be my understanding is that a lot of, maybe not a lot, certain phrases in the Greek Bible seem to have been directly translated from Aramaic, which suggests that there was, although we don't have, the physical copy of it yet, some sort of proto-text in Aramaic, some sort of
the only part. So I'm a data scientist, and taking a look at each individual chapter from the New Testament in the Greek, we can see that the only portion that behaves in a way that we would expect for a text to behave whenever they're translated from some Semitic language into Greek, like the Hebrew and Aramaic Old Testament being translated into Greek for the Septuagint. The only portions that do that are roughly chapters 4 through 20 of Revelation. None of the rest of the New Testament shows any behavior of being translated from an Aramaic text. In fact, there's actually quite a bit of examples within the Greek New Testament that would be unique to Greek. Like there's names that don't have an Aramaic variant. There's words that we only find in Greek and only once ever. So, yeah. Luke, you're off the app. I can't hear you if you're off the app.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Two of the things I was interested in is, first of all, why do, in your opinion, none of the sort of contemporary or as close as we've got to contemporary, the first sort of accounts, why is there not, even the hostile ones, like some of the late Jewish texts and stuff like that, why, in your opinion, do they not sort of actively attack the historical reality of Jesus? So that seems to be very little sort of on the basis of this guy didn't even
By the
exist.
time that the Jesus story gets passed around in the middle of the 2nd century is the first time that we actually get it. 144 is the first time we get anybody mentioning Jesus, and that's the Christians. And the first time we get anybody from a non-Christian standpoint definitively talk about Jesus is in 166 by Lucian of Samosata, just talking about what the Christians believe. But by that point, even the grandfathers or grandmothers of these authors wouldn't have even been alive to see Jesus. So there's not really much of an attack on like the historicity per se but the theology, because that's just kind of how you did back then. Like Josephus mentions Hercules as if he's a real person. He doesn't say anything about how
Right.
he didn't exist, because that's not what you do. You just kind of address what people believe and you attack the theology, or you say, I disagree with the theology, but you don't like go after the historical part. You just kind of assume that that's like just that's their history, that kind of thing. There's not
Right,
much of a
okay.
way to determine whether or not, even if someone in the 2nd century wanted to say, I'm going to look into this, at best you'd be able to say there's not any evidence for the guy. Like they didn't have much of an ability in the 2nd to 3rd century to determine whether or not someone existed in an area that had been ravaged by multiple wars. Like,
Yeah.
how would they be able to do that? But as luck would have it, Celsus, who the guy before you tried to bring up or something, what Celsus said was that you guys had a gospel. When talking to the Christians, he said, you guys had a gospel, and when people pointed out problems with it, you decided to pivot and write different ones, like to change it. So he's indicating that they had a gospel at one point that people had problems with. Dialogue with Trypho from Justin Martyr there in the 150s. It mentions it details a conversation between him and some guy named Trypho, who he says is a Jew named Trypho, but scholars maintain that it's possible that that's not a real person. But anyways, the point is he's at least addressing concerns or arguments that Christians are dealing with in the 150s. And Trypho, in this conversation with him, supposedly said, hey, this Christ that you worship, if he was real, because we don't really have any evidence for him. And then he goes on to attack the theology. So if that is the case, then there in the middle of the 2nd century, right after we get the stories of Jesus from the Christians, people are immediately going, we don't really have any evidence of this. Like, we'll address what you're talking about, but we don't know if this even really happened.
Okay, cool. I mean, that was it really. I guess the impression that I always got when I sort of did some basic reading on this was always that it was kind of like a settled debate, like even amongst like non-Christians, that he was a real historical figure, and they were
Right.
sort of the things that came to mind. So no, that's really interesting. Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Not a problem. Yeah, but I mean, there's a lot of people who would say that he existed. Even a lot of secular scholars who would say, yeah, he likely existed. Even a handful of them, like Bart Ehrman, who says, oh, he definitely existed. But like, at the end of the day, they're still going to be relying on church tradition and a lot of information from the Bible to make these claims, as opposed to actual evidence. And a lot of the historians who they think talked about Jesus, like, we're able to see now with modern tools and stuff, we're able to see that these texts are not actually authentic. These lines about Jesus are not authentic to the supposed source material, like these historians.
Yeah, no, cool. All right, I don't actually know how to leave the live,
Oh,
but
no, I got
that's
you.
everything from me.
It's all good.
Cheers,
Thank you very
man.
much. That was Luke A, everybody. Now we've got, aptly named, Jesus Our Savior, which, by the way, is your profile picture a picture of Jesus on the cross that is so incredibly high up in the air that it's up in the clouds with no one around it?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, so what's your name, Chris?
Yeah.
Okay, Chris, I have a question. So just to try to kind of understand you, do you believe in God or you don't believe in Jesus?
What does that have to do with whether or not Jesus existed?
No, I'm asking a question. You believe in God.
What does that have to do with whether or not Jesus existed?
See, if you can't answer that, then
it means
who
that it's
can have
irrelevant.
a conversation with you
No,
about
it's
Jesus
irrelevant.
exists or
Does
not?
your argument for Jesus depend on my belief in a particular God?
Yes, it does. If you
Why
believe
would it
in
change? If I stopped believing in God tomorrow, would that change the past?
No.
Okay, so either Jesus and Paul existed in the past or they didn't. Either you have evidence or you don't, so it doesn't have any bearing. Like my belief, your belief, Kevin down the street's belief doesn't have any
No
bearing
one has evidence
over
of
whether or
anything
not.
that existed. No one does.
Oh, okay. So you'd like to go ahead and
Everything we
toss out everything
learned,
then?
everything we see, everything humanity are taught
Sweet.
over time.
So let's toss
is
it all
through
out
faith.
then. Let's toss it all out then, if that's what you want to do. Do you want to do that? Thank you.
No.
Okay, well then don't bring up the slippery slope argument. I'm not going to bring it up. I don't want to toss everything out. You don't have to toss everything out. We're going to rely on evidence here. That's what we talk about here on this show. So, do you have any evidence for Jesus and Paul as to whether or not they existed and walked on this earth 2,000 years ago? My belief in a God, your belief in a God, Kevin down the street's belief in a God doesn't have anything to do with the past. So, give us the evidence that they actually walked around Judea 2,000 years ago.
The evidence is in the Bible. Have you ever read the Bible?
Yes, and that's fine. That's fine. How did you determine that the Bible was historically reliable when talking about them? I can't hear you if you're off the app. You got to stay on the app.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
My bad. What does John 3:16 say?
For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him shall not perish but have eternal life. That doesn't have anything to do with.
There you go.
That doesn't have anything to do with whether or not he actually existed. How did you determine that the New Testament was historically reliable when talking about Jesus?
I can't see what the thing that gets me confused about you is that you can't answer a simple question when I'm asking you, do you believe in God?
Yeah, and I'm trying to tell you that that's irrelevant. What is your social security number?
That is not irrelevant. I'm asking you
What's
a
your
simple
social
question.
security
Do you believe
number?
in God
I'm asking you a
not?
simple question. You know your social, give it to us. You see that you don't have to answer irrelevant questions, so I'm not going to either, and I'm not going to harp on you to try to get that answer. So please present your evidence as to why you think the New Testament is historically reliable when talking about Jesus. How did you determine that? I'll grant you the New Testament.
I think you all
That's fine.
confused, which is like majority of the people as you're growing up, you're all just confused.
That doesn't sound like an answer. So I
No,
will
you
grant
guys-
you
you
the I
guys
will
are
grant you the New
confused.
Testament if you please present your reasons as to why you think the New Testament like should be trusted when it talks about historical things. Like what like Jesus. Like how did you determine that?
No, let's not talk about Jesus. I'm
That's
talking about
literally the topic, man. It's the
I'm
first
asking
word
you-
in the background. I mean, did you want to talk
But-
about Paul? You want to activate hard mode? Like, is that really what this
Those
is?
two, look, those names that you have up
Yeah.
there, those names, they're just names.
Okay. Well, the Jesus
They're just
presented
names.
in the New
Jesus and
Testament,
Paul.
the main character
They're
of
just
the
names.
New Testament.
My
How did you
question to
determine?
you is,
How
do
did you
you
determine that
believe
the
in
main
God?
character of the New Testament? How did you determine that he was actually here on this planet? And you said the New Testament, the Gospels. You know, you alluded to the text that we have, the Bible. How did you determine that that was historically reliable when talking about Jesus? Like, what did you use? Like, did you just read a book and say, "Ooh, I read a book, so I like it"?
I'm guessing you're one of those people that believe in evolution.
I'm guessing you're one of those people who can't fathom the idea of answering a fucking question.
Yeah,
how did you determine?
that's probably what it is.
How did you determine that the Bible was historically
no
reliable when
one
talking
is gonna
about
win
Jesus?
an argument if you cannot simply just answer a simple question: do you believe in God?
You know what? I'll appease you. Yes, I believe in God.
Okay, thank you. So you believe in God, but you don't believe in Jesus. Okay, I grew up the same way.
Cool.
No.
No.
Okay, so
Listen. Now what you're going to do is you're going to answer my question. How did you determine? How did you determine that the New Testament was historically reliable when talking about Jesus?
It's in the Bible.
Okay. Sweet. Harry Potter's in the books. Does that mean that he's real? Like, how did you determine that it was real when talking about Jesus?
See, the thing, Chris, we don't have proof that any of it exists, right? So
Okay, so would you like again?
You grew up in a household, a Christian household family, where you go to church, you read the Bible,
Okay.
you just have.
You have now been muted, all right, and you're going to stay muted until Daddy's done talking to you, because yet again you're back on this whole thing of, oh, but we don't know anything, we don't have evidence of it. Stop it! I don't want to hear that. You don't want to go down the slippery slope argument. You literally admitted it. And I told you that I don't want to go down that argument either. We're not going to do that. I'm not going to say that all history, everything we know is just bullshit. No, I'm not going to do that. We talk evidence here. You said that your evidence is a book. That's fine. How did you determine that that book is historically reliable? How did you determine that? I will grant you the book if you show me how it's reliable. Go ahead.
No, you're right. The book is not reliable. We don't
So
go by the
Bible
book.
is not reliable. Got it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
All right, all right. Now we've got the olive tree. The olive tree. What's going on in the olive tree?
Hey, how's it going?
Pretty good.
Can you hear me?
Pretty good. It's
Sweet.
going all right.
Yeah, so I actually saw the live across on YouTube, and I guess I was just curious from your perspective, what would be the evidence that Jesus, or Yeshua as it is in Judaism, I'm a Christian, but from your perspective, what would be the evidence that he did not exist?
That would be anachronisms in the text, amongst other reasons. But one of the better, stronger reasons would be anachronisms in the text. Are you familiar with what
Gotcha.
anachronisms are?
Yeah, can you explain that again? Because I've actually heard of that term, but I forget exactly what it means.
Yeah, so an anachronism is a concept or something in a story that's out of place in time. Like, for example, if I told you a story about someone in the 1960s who owned an iPhone, you would know that that story's bullshit because the iPhone is anachronistic. The iPhone doesn't show up for another 40 years. Does that make sense?
Right, no, I
Yeah.
understand.
So
And as
likewise,
far
we
as
have these things in the Gospels and in the Book of Acts, and in some of the Pauline epistles as well. We have anachronisms, things that don't line up with the time that the story is supposed to be taking place in.
Well, you can take, for example, the shipwreck that Luke mentions in Acts. I actually remember seeing a book, or actually a reference to it, where there's actually a person who studies shipwrecks, and I can't remember his name, but he acknowledges that Luke gives a very accurate account of a shipwreck in Acts, which is towards the end. That would
That's
be so accurate to the point
that's
that.
because that's taken from Josephus's shipwreck story.
So you're saying Luke would be dated later than Josephus?
Absolutely. Absolutely. But anyways, that being said, what does that have to do with anachronisms? You didn't really address what I just said.
Well, with anachronisms, if you take with the text, kind of going back to what that guy was saying earlier as far as the reliability of the Gospels and the Bible, we would say, for example, have manuscripts. The latest we would have would be anywhere roughly from the second and third centuries. And with those Gospels, for
The what?
example,
Of
there isn't really.
manuscripts?
With the manuscripts, yes. So with the Greek manuscripts, the
Okay, when you
earliest
say
that you can see is
manuscripts, are you
roughly
including fragments as well, like little pieces?
fragmentary. Earliest, for example, as a fragment you would have, for example,
Mhm.
John, where Pilate is speaking with Jesus. I think that's roughly dated in somewhere in the second century. I forget exactly where.
Yeah, it's the
But I'm
last
kind
year
of
of the second century. So what you're talking about
correct.
is P52. This is it right here on your
Correct.
screen. And as the John Rylands Research Institute and Library, where it's housed, says on their University of Manchester website, it says recent research points to a date near to 200, but there is as yet no convincing evidence that any earlier fragments from the New Testament survive. So P52 is actually the oldest piece of the New Testament that we have, and it dates to about 200, so the last year of the second century. So anyways, that being said, that doesn't have anything to do with whether or not like anachronisms are in there. Did you need an example of an anachronism? Like I fail to see how what you're saying has anything to do with what I just said.
No, well, what I'm really getting at is that as far as historical documentation goes in the ancient world with the
Uh-huh.
manuscripts that we would have, regardless of the fragments, that's actually pretty decent. And I'm kind of getting somewhere to where it comes to the question of Jesus. So if you kind of get to the gospel authors, which is traditionally seen as Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John,
Mhm.
we can see them as pretty reliable because the earliest manuscripts that we have are not anonymous. We do not have anonymous gospel sources in
Yes, we
accordance
do.
with the
We
in
don't
the
have any
manuscripts.
no. Nowhere in the text does it ever say what their names are. Doesn't mention it at all.
Well, the early manuscripts that we would have, the Gospels according to Saint blah, blah, blah. There are no anonymous gospel sources in regards to the manuscripts. And I'm getting to where I am because
Yeah,
of
that's
Yeshua,
because
because of
the
Jesus.
manuscripts that we have are after Irenaeus gives them the names. They're in 180. So I mean, okay,
Right,
cool.
but what does that have to do with the manuscript evidence, given
Like
that we have
you
no
couldn't give
anonymous
any
gospel
yeah,
sources?
sweet. You couldn't say that we don't have anonymous things if the text itself is anonymous throughout the content and we don't have anything or anybody prior to Irenaeus saying that they're called Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Hell, there are some that are quoted and it never says Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John until Irenaeus. So that would be indicative of people knowing that they exist but not giving them those names or not using those names.
Well, what I'm getting is that I'm talking specifically in regards to the manuscript evidence. That's fine with
We don't
Irenaeus.
have any
When it
manuscripts
comes to
prior
the
to 180. The manuscript evidence
that's
doesn't do
completely
anything.
fine.
Okay.
That's completely fine. What
What
I'm
you're
really
saying
getting
about the
at is that when
manuscript
it
doesn't do anything, and you're still not addressing what I said. You came in here and you asked me for evidence why they didn't exist, and I said anachronisms. Now, if you'd like for me to give you examples for that, I can, but what you're talking about has zero to do with anachronisms and doesn't help. I mean, if there are things in the story that don't make sense and are historically impossible, then I don't care how many manuscripts we have. I don't even care how early they are. They don't have anything to do with whether or not this is a real story if the story itself doesn't make sense. If the content itself is impossible, I don't care how many copies we have of it. Do you not understand what I'm saying?
Well, the most specific example, if I can just at least give one point. For example, the three primary sources that you would have within the 1st and 2nd century, which are acknowledged by scholars to be pretty reliable, would be Tacitus in the Annals, where he describes that the execution of Christus was given by Pilatus. Then you have Josephus, which is given in the Antiquities of the Jews, which is a disputed passage of scholars. But recently, T.C. Schmidt has actually come out with a work giving that Josephus work is actually pretty reliable given the uniqueness of certain words. It's a pretty good work, but it's come out within the past year. And then lastly, Lucian of Samosata does not mention Jesus or the Christ by name, but he mentions that Christ is
Jesus or the Christ by name.
So saying that the Christians worship a crucified sage, which would only be in reference to Jesus, but they're very reliable Tacitus scholars.
Okay,
which will
slow
say that,
down, slow down. God damn it. Okay, you have now given me Tacitus, Josephus, and Lucian of Samosata. Before I rip those to shreds, let's talk about what I brought up, which is anachronisms. I need you to understand how damning this would be. Do you not understand what an anachronism is? Do I need to give you an example or like give you the definition in a different way or something? Do you understand what an anachronism is?
you're saying that within the text that there would be things that would not match up historically with the claims of the authors?
Yes. Like, in other words, there is something there are things that do not line up with when Jesus supposedly lived. That would be the problem.
You're meaning during the time period that he lived that there was nothing in the text that would be historically reliable?
That's not
or
what I
other
said.
things?
That is not what I said. I
No,
didn't
I'm
say
just
there's.
asking. I'm not claiming that's what you said. I'm asking.
Cool. That's not what I said. My answer is still the same. If you're asking the question, that's my answer. That's not what I said. I am saying that there are elements of the story that are out of place in time. It doesn't matter how many times it lines up. What matters about whether or not something is true is how many times it doesn't line up. For instance, Harry Potter deals with London. Okay, there was a London during the time that Harry Potter supposedly was born in the 80s. That doesn't mean that the story's true. Does that make sense?
No, I understand that, but that doesn't necessarily mean that what is within the gospel specifically are automatically wrong. Just because, like, let's say, for example, for the sake of argument, that there were anachronisms, like you're saying, that doesn't disprove the resurrection.
Okay. Well, I mean, disproving the resurrection is as simple as just saying, I'm not going to grant you that, like, supernatural shit is real. If you want to talk about magic, you can go to some other live and talk about magic. But what I'm talking about is whether or not someone actually existed. I don't care whether or not you think that Jesus is, like, resurrected. The guy didn't exist. If he didn't exist, then he couldn't have resurrected. So it doesn't get anywhere.
Well, of course, and I mean, if you don't mind, let me, if I can give a few more examples. And
no, you can't. So because you already gave three things that have nothing to do with the anachronisms that we talked about. Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about here. So rabbis are mentioned throughout all of the Gospels. All right, they're mentioned throughout the Gospels. Jesus is called rabbi, and that's whatever. That's fine. However, in Matthew 23, Jesus doubles down. And he talks to his disciples about rabbis and tells them not to listen to them, blah, 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 all these different things. He says where they sit in the synagogues. He says how they act, how they pray, how they teach, everything like that. He even talks about how they dress. But the first rabbi does not appear for another 40 years after Jesus dies. His name is Rabbi Yohanan ben Zakkai. He starts the first rabbinic school outside of Jerusalem after the fall of the temple. Prior to that, there were sages, but the word for that is not rabbi. And the word for the actual people who taught from the Torah is Cohen, or Kohanim for plural. It's the Levite priest in the synagogues in the temple. So the position of rabbi, which Jesus is explicitly talking about there, isn't even a thing for another 40 years. So that doesn't make any sense.
Well, specifically, the term rabbi in the most basic case would mean teacher. And of course, you have the Talmud mentioning Yohanan ben Zakkai, which I
Mm-hmm.
understand who he is. He was the man who went to Vespasian after the destruction of the Second Temple to
Mm-hmm.
basically keep Judaism alive. I know
Yes.
exactly who he is.
Yes, and he's the
But
first rabbi. We do not have that word being used prior to 70. You should know this.
is that according to the Talmud or
That's
according to
according to
another source
literally
before it?
any texts. It's not mentioned in the Old Testament. It's not mentioned in Josephus, who fucks off in 70 over to Rome. It's not mentioned by Philo of Alexandria. It's not mentioned by intertestament books or Jewish apocrypha. There's no fragments, no nothing that say anything. There's no pottery, no tablets. There's no inscriptions. Nothing prior to 70 says rabbi because it's not a word. They didn't have the word. It's a word that shows up with the position in 70. It describes the
So
position.
it's really either one of two things. Either A, from that point, it's an argument of silence, or B, you're saying that the Gospels would not have any evidence that they were written
No,
before 70 AD.
it's not just an argument from silence. You already know that Zakkai is the first rabbi. So it's not an
No, I
argument from
believe that
silence.
Yeshua was a rabbi, because if I
No,
believe
I
in the
don't care if you
reliability
think
of the
he thinks it
Gospels, which
was a
I
rabbi.
do believe in the
When
Gospel.
I don't care if you think he was a rabbi. Matthew 23 talks about other rabbis. I don't give a shit if you think about like Jesus is considered a rabbi or you call him a rabbi. Don't care. Matthew 23 literally discusses rabbis as if they're right there in front of him, which doesn't make any sense.
Right. So at that point, what you would have to obviously discuss is the reliability of the Gospels and whether or not that they were written before 70 AD.
Well,
Because that would
definitely
give us
not.
earlier
So
sources.
no. So it wouldn't matter. What did you think? Matthew was actually like written prior to 70 or something like that?
I believe John was written after 70 AD, and I believe you can make good arguments for Matthew, Mark, and Luke being written before the destruction of the Second Temple. Because
Okay, well that's dumb
most
shit. But
scholars will
anyways,
use the
John
main
himself.
argument.
Okay, well then how does John say that there is a pool of Bethesda that has 5 porticos next to it during the writing of the Gospel of John if it's post 70? Because Christian scholar Daniel Wallace in his paper in 96 outlines that the Gospel of John, if it's after 70, well, he tries to argue that it's before 70 because it explicitly uses the word is for when he's talking about the 5 porticos next to the pool of Bethesda. And we did find those, and Daniel Wallace explicitly states in his paper that they would have been destroyed in 70 during the siege of Jerusalem. They were right next to the sheep gate after all. The point is, Jesus could not have gone to the pool of Bethesda with these porticos, according to Daniel Wallace, because they would have been destroyed. And if John is written after 70 and is saying that they are currently there, that means they were built after 70. They wouldn't have survived the siege.
Right, and from what I'm saying really from that perspective is that at that point you would have to determine whether or not John is a reliable witness as somebody who would have been a disciple of Jesus and is writing after the fact. And
No,
of course, I understand with the language,
you're just kind
if
of
it is
pivoting.
is,
You're
you can put
pivoting.
it
We're
after,
not.
excuse me,
We're
before
not.
70.
We're not gonna do that, man. I'm not gonna let you keep pivoting away from a point that I make. If I make a point, address the point. We will address your Tacitus, Josephus, and Lucian of Samosata stuff, but we are still dealing with anachronisms right now, which is the first thing that I mentioned when you came in here and asked me a question. There are anachronisms in the text. If you agree that Yohanan ben Zakkai is the first rabbi, then Jesus shouldn't be able to talk about other rabbis 40 years prior. If you believe that John was written post 70, then there shouldn't be a pool of Bethesda with 5 porticos where sick people would lay in 30. That doesn't even make any sense. The archaeology of the site, I'm sure you seem like you're fairly well read. The archaeology of the site uncovers an Asclepion, which wouldn't have been there across the street from the Jewish temple in 30. And in fact, Josephus actually outlines the entire city of Jerusalem in Antiquities of the Jews, never mentioning the pool of Bethesda having an Asclepion next to it, which is what we find with the archways or the porticos. So I mean, nah, dude. Like, no matter how you swing it, you're going to end up with anachronisms in this text because it's written so far after this that it's not written by people who were there. There's anachronisms throughout the text.
Well, if I can address just the 2 points that you just made with 2 things, and I do have a few more minutes, and I'm so sorry, I do have to go. And I've enjoyed the conversation. I'd say in regards to that, when it comes to the quote-unquote anachronisms, my belief is that because I do believe that the Gospels were written at least 3 of them, before 70 AD, I believe that Jesus, Yeshua, would have been a rabbi and referencing other rabbis. If you want to take Yohanan ben Uzziel as the first rabbi, that is your point of view. But I'm saying that because I believe
It's
that the
rabbi's
Gospels
point of
were
view.
written before 70, I believe that Jesus was a rabbi.
You know
and
what?
referenced other
Sweet. Let's go
rabbis.
ahead and keep going with this because you seem to be making this point a couple times. What is your evidence that any of these Gospels are actually written prior to 70?
Well, it would be an argument from silence, but let's take, for example, the book of Acts, which Luke would have been written also along with his own gospel. Let's say, for
Okay.
example, you take Luke as some kind of reliable witness and an actual companion and traveling companion of
Why?
Paul.
Okay. What?
Acts
Where's
ends,
your insinuation that Luke is writing Luke? Where's the evidence that Luke wrote Luke? It doesn't say that at all.
it would be based off of what the church fathers say in far as
When do they
regards
say
to
that?
the agreement.
When do they say that?
Well, you'd have some church fathers in the 2nd and 3rd century that
Cool.
I
So
can't
the
name
first
off the top
time
of my head.
it's Irenaeus. So we don't have anybody prior to 180 that says that Luke is written by Luke. Is that what you want to go with?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What
Okay.
I'm saying is that
So
given
how
all
did
of
you
the church
determine that
fathers and
Luke
what
was
they're
written?
saying,
How did you determine Luke was written by Luke? You just went
it
with
would be
what someone said in 180?
it would be based off of church fathers'
So
testimonies and the
180.
manuscripts of the Gospels.
So 180. So
Let's
because we
say, for
don't have any
example, it's
mention,
180.
we don't have any
Given the ancient
mention.
world,
When is the first time that Luke is even mentioned? Do we have any quotes from Luke? Do you know?
you're talking about in regards to the manuscript evidence or the
No,
church
like
fathers?
literally any church fathers even quoting Luke. Do you know?
Well, besides Irenaeus, I can't remember if there's a person that started with the name of P, Polycarp. I'm not sure if he quoted him. He would have been very early in the 2nd century. I
No.
believe he was a
Polycarp is the
disciple of the
teacher of
Apostle
Irenaeus.
John.
So no.
He would have been his teacher, and I think traditionally Polycarp
No.
is seen as a
Polycarp
disciple
doesn't
of
say
John.
anything about John. In fact, Irenaeus is the only one who
I'm
said
talking
that
about Luke.
Polycarp. Unfortunately, Luke is not a disciple of John either. So I don't know what you're
No,
talking
no, no,
about.
he wasn't. No. Maybe I'm misspeaking. No, I know Luke is not a disciple of John. I was just saying I'm not sure if Polycarp mentions Luke. I know that Polycarp traditionally is
Polycarp
mentioned
doesn't
as
mention either one of them.
traditionally as a disciple of John. And yes, Polycarp would have taught Irenaeus.
Polycarp is not early 2nd century. Polycarp is the teacher of Irenaeus. Irenaeus is born in 130. Do you think Polycarp was writing before then? What the fuck
Well,
are you
no,
talking
maybe I
about?
meant to. Well, maybe what I meant to say was Polycarp would have been born in the 2nd century, I should say. But yeah, obviously he would have
Okay.
lived later
Well,
and
yeah.
taught
Well,
Irenaeus.
Polycarp is said to have died in about 165, 167, somewhere in there. Nevertheless, Irenaeus starts writing in 180. All right. So Polycarp doesn't say anything about John. So go ahead and jot that down. But that being said, the first person to actually give the name Luke is Irenaeus, and we don't have any potential quotes of Luke until Justin Martyr in like 155. And that's a maybe because he talks about Jesus sweating drops of blood, which is only found in Luke, but never actually says he got it from a gospel, and of course never names Luke. Nevertheless, the Gospel of Luke is absolutely in the middle of the 2nd century because it borrows most of its material from chapter 4 through 22 from Evangeline, the gospel that was published in 144 by Marcion. And I can even show you the verses as to why this is the case. But nevertheless, there's no evidence that A, Luke wrote Luke, and B, it was written in the 1st century. I mean, you
Well,
even
if you
admitted
don't
that it's
mind
the
if I
argument from
could,
silence or something.
well, if you don't mind, I would continue to just say this. The last thing I do really have to go, but if you're assuming, for example, that Luke, which is traditionally seen as the traveling companion of Paul, and he wrote Luke and his sequel Acts. If you look at the way that Acts ends, for example, and we even have, I believe, testimony from Clement of Rome, which traditionally sees as Paul dying in roughly the mid-60s. We have Luke
No,
writing
it doesn't
Acts,
say
and
anything
with
about how
that
he dies in
argument,
in 60s.
and with that argument from silence, if you take it with how it ends so abruptly, if you see it as Paul actually being in captivity, and I believe it's in Rome, like 2 to 3 years roughly, it's a huge argument of silence from Luke, given that if he is a reliable witness and if he was really a traveling companion of Paul, went on a shipwreck, all that, if it is seen as traditionally Paul dying in roughly the 60s AD, that would put Acts before his death with a huge silence at the end of his book, roughly ending with Paul being in jail.
Yeah, it's kind of weird how they were
Then,
able to
if
use the story
Acts
from
was
Josephus's
before,
autobiography in 99 for the shipwreck story. That'd be really weird. It's also kind of
that's
weird
assuming
how
that Luke
they're
comes
able to.
after Josephus.
Well, yeah, because it utilizes a story from Josephus. Also, I mean, hell, all the Gospels utilize Josephus. In fact, there are multiple scholars right now who acknowledge that Acts and Luke specifically pull from Josephus, with his information coming out well after Paul's supposed death. So Paul supposedly dies in the 60s. The first text from Josephus is like the mid-70s.
Right. No, I understand. Well, I'm just saying, like, specifically with that, if you're assuming all of that with the Gospels and with how Acts ends, if Luke is the prequel to Acts, that would put Luke before Acts, which would be roughly at the end of the 50s, early 60s AD when he
You
was
still
written.
haven't really
Scholars
established Acts other
traditionally,
than just the fact that he doesn't mention Paul's death? That's the only reason you're putting it in the middle of the first century?
well, you would also have to build on the fact that if you look at simple historical facts, that there's actually a book that was written on the book of Acts, given how it gets roughly 70 to 80 historical, like tiny details that would only be known to an eyewitness. And I forget the name of the book, but I actually need to get it myself just to read
No,
it.
it never
But it is
says
a
that it's an
source that
eyewitness. It
says,
never even claims to be from an eyewitness. What are you talking about?
well, Luke claims to be someone who interviewed eyewitnesses in
No,
his
he
Gospel
doesn't.
of Luke.
No, he
Yeah,
doesn't.
he said he
No.
interviewed, and he's writing to
No.
Theophilus.
No, I'm going to pull it up right now. We do not have anything that says that he interviewed anybody. Luke 1 says, since many have undertaken to compile a narrative about the events that have been fulfilled among us, just as they were handed on to us by those who were from the beginning were eyewitnesses and servants of the word, I too decided, as one having a grasp from everything from the start, to write a well-ordered account. He doesn't say anything about how the fact that he's an eyewitness or he interviewed him. He doesn't say anything of that. He's writing to Theophilus, who, by the way, is somebody who was alive in the 2nd century. He's a bishop in the 2nd century. In fact, Eusebius mentions another person in the middle of the 2nd century who was a well-respected person. So, no.
So you're saying there couldn't have been no other person named Theophilus before that other one?
Well, what I'm saying is that it falls completely in line with the idea that this is from the middle of the 2nd century, considering the fact that, again, chapters 4 through 22 of the Gospel of Luke utilize Evangeline, a gospel that was published in 144, which is why the Gospel of Luke is not mentioned at all, even potentially until the middle of the 150s. Yeah. So here's how we know. So when we go to Luke 4,
but go ahead and speak real quick. I'm so sorry.
in Luke 4, we have this particular verse. So Jesus goes to Galilee in verse 14 of Luke 4. He goes to Nazareth there in verse 16. Starts reading from the scroll of Isaiah, and people are like, "Wow, that's so cool." 22 says, "All spoke well of him and were amazed at the gracious words that came out of his mouth. And they said, 'Is this not Joseph's son?'" So in 23, this is the verse that's the most damning. It says, "He said to them, 'Doubtless you will quote to me this proverb, Doctor, cure yourself,' and you will say, 'Do here also in your hometown the things that we have heard that you did in Capernaum,'" or at Capernaum. Unfortunately, he has not been to Capernaum yet. He doesn't go to Capernaum until verse 31. He also hasn't done any miracles yet. This happens again in verse 31. This verse right here, this is not found in Mark, in Matthew, in John. It's not found in any other gospel except for the Gospel Evangeline, published by Marcion in 144. So either Luke takes from Marcion or Marcion takes from Luke. In the Gospel Evangeline, Jesus descends out of heaven as a fully grown man down into Capernaum in the first verse, and he does that miracle, the miracle that starts there about halfway through in verse 31 there. The point is, the author of Luke did not like the fact that the Gospel of Marcion starts with Jesus descending out of heaven and rips it out in favor of a birth story. Luke 1 is about the birth story of John the Baptist. Luke 2 is about the birth story of Jesus. And Luke 3 is about John the Baptist and Jesus' baptism. All right. And then it gives us genealogy. Then about halfway through Luke 4, it starts to utilize Evangeline as its source. And we can tell this pretty easily. Irenaeus, that person who we were talking about earlier, he actually said that the Gospel of Evangeline, he said Evangeline was made by Marcion taking the Gospel of Luke and ripping pieces out, but he admits that the Marcionites, the followers of Marcion, believe the inverse, that their gospel came first and someone added to it to make the Gospel of Luke. So he creates this situation where it's like, we said this, they said this. So the way to determine this is based off of like diving into the text and seeing whether or not this actually fits. And the one that actually makes sense in a timeline is Marcion, because he says Jesus comes down to Capernaum initially, and then he goes to Nazareth, and that line happens. But Luke has it out of order because he's ripped out the part where Jesus goes into Capernaum. It's all out of whack. I'm a data scientist, and when taking a look at the Gospel of Luke and dividing it into chapters, or even putting it 2 chapters or 3 or 4 chapters at a time, we can tell that the middle of it, the bulk of Luke, is a completely separate author from the beginning, the last couple chapters, and all of Acts. We end up with this particular thing. This is called a dendrogram, and let me see if I can bring this up here. This is a dendrogram, and it shows us, this is at using something called Eater's Delta. That's the, Eater's Delta is the, that's the distance formula that we use. So when taking a look at this, we see that all of Acts, when combining 4 chapters together, all comes up under the same branch. And it's kind of like a family tree. It identifies authorship. The further you have to go up the family tree or up the branches in order to get to another text shows a different author style. So the beginning of Luke actually lines up with the rest of Acts. The end of Luke also comes up in this branch. But Luke, roughly chapters 4 through 22, is always separated, indicating that it's another author, which is falling in line with what we have from reconstructions from Irenaeus, Tertullian, and Origen of what Evangeline said. So Luke is not from the 1st century. It utilizes something from the 2nd century, firmly into the 2nd century, which is why it gets quoted potentially about 10 years later in the 150s and mentioned by Irenaeus in 180. We don't have anything from Luke or Acts prior to about 150s.
Okay, no, I understand, and I appreciate you sharing all of that. And of course, when if this is like reposted to YouTube, obviously I can go back and research my own stuff as well. And I try to be pretty well researched when it comes to these topics as well before speaking. But I do hate to cut this short. I do have to go. I am currently working from home today, but I really appreciate the conversation, my man.
Yep, you are welcome to come back anytime. You can check out the YouTube video. It is there on YouTube.
Absolutely. Yep. I appreciate it, my man.
Okay. All right. Someone in the chat on YouTube, they're like, oh, he's on drugs. No, not me. Definitely not me. Okay. Really quick, wanted to get some super chats there from YouTube. We got $9.99 from a Jim. Thank you very much. Says Aaron T and Grim are the YouTube mod heroes. Hashtag thanks fam from your BFF. Queefy, thanks. Bye. And that is very, very true. Yes, over there on YouTube, the chat can get kind of crazy. But again, I want to reiterate: if you don't want to come up onto TikTok, which is how I take guests, if you don't want to come up onto TikTok, that's perfectly fine. You can send a super chat there on YouTube. I will read it out loud and I will respond to it, even if you're asking a question, making an argument, or just calling me some dumb, stupid idiot. That's fine too, if you want to do that. We're going to move on to someone else here. Let's see. I'm not sure. I'm not sure who was next, but we'll see who all connects here. For some reason, Tommy. Well, maybe. We'll see. I'm just gonna hit accept on a lot of these and see who all's here, because it might be possible. Might be possible that some of the people have left.
Yo, can you hear me, bro?
The first person to connect was Sub22. Sub22, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, what you got, man?
Hey, man. So I know you said in your topic to prove us wrong. I'm not necessarily here to prove you wrong, so sorry for wasting your time. I just wanted to ask you about the anachronisms.
Okay.
That if you have a list of it, where I can look at.
So there's 4 off the top of my head. So Pharisees in Galilee. Pharisees in Galilee. Josephus is actually from Galilee. He's born in 37, and he says that it would be good for Galilee to get some Pharisees in his books. The reason that Pharisees are not really found there is because Galilee is more of a rural area. It's actually technically part of Syria, but Judea was where, especially around Jerusalem, the bigger cities, that's where the Pharisees would have hung out. They're more of a political group than anything else. So yeah, the fact that the Gospels have the Pharisees crawling around Galilee doesn't really make a lot of sense. The Pool of Bethesda has, it's mentioned in John 5, and it talks about 5 porticos that are next to it where sick people would lay under them and then get in the pool to be healed. These were actually found in the early to mid 20th century. They found they found the Pool of Bethesda. It's a part of an Asclepion, which has these 5 porticos, these porches. And an Asclepion is a temple to the Greek healer god Asclepius, which would not have been there in 30 when Jesus was walking around. That doesn't make any sense. In fact, that's why it was used that way. People would lay there and say, hey, let's get into this pool because, that's how we were going to be healed by Asclepius. The way that it's talked about is just ridiculous. Let's see. Also, on top of that, Nazareth. Nazareth isn't a place at the beginning of the 1st century, no matter what people try to tell you. We do have at least a little bit of evidence that goes into the late 1st century about, people living there, maybe after the First Jewish-Roman War when people would leave Judea or leave Jerusalem area. But we do not have any evidence whatsoever that it was inhabited at the beginning of the 1st century, and definitely not called Nazareth, and definitely not in the way that the New Testament presents it, because it tries to say that they had a synagogue, which would mean it's pretty big. People talk shit about it in the Gospels, which means they know about it. And it's also part of a prophecy, according to Matthew 2, that is literally never found because the Old Testament does not mention Nazareth nor the word Nazarene. It's pretty bad. Nazareth is not mentioned in the Old Testament, Jewish Apocrypha. It's not mentioned in intertestament books. It's not mentioned on maps or lists. It's not mentioned by Philo of Alexandria. It's not mentioned by Josephus, who, again, was from Galilee. He mentions the town next to it quite a bit, but he doesn't mention anything about Nazareth or anything close. It's not mentioned in either of the Babylonian Talmud or the Jerusalem Talmud or the Mishnah. It's not mentioned by anybody except Christians until the 2nd century, and not mentioned by non-Christians until about the 4th or 5th century. So it's pretty bad. Pretty bad, man.
All right, thank you, man. That's all I really wanted to know. And then
finally, rabbis. The first rabbi is in 70, as opposed to in there in 30. Yeah.
I heard your previous guest that you were talking about that, and that's when I picked up on. I was like already Googling, so I appreciate that. Also, does your book talk about this?
To some extent, yeah. To some extent, the book does talk about it, Christ Before Jesus. If anybody's interested, the ebook is just $3. The link's on my bio here on TikTok or on the profile on YouTube. We do have a print version, obviously, like I just held up, and an audiobook version as well.
So, outside of the anachronism, what does your book mainly cover?
It mainly covers when the text is actually written. So, like when we first get anything that talks about the New Testament text, or how we can reliably date them based on the material that's in it, that kind of thing. We're trying to figure out when the New Testament is written, and then dealing with the ramifications of it being from the 2nd century as opposed to the 1st century.
As all these events are happening beforehand, you couldn't possibly know about it. Well, you probably could know about it, but it's not accurate. Are you claiming that it's not accurate?
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, ultimately we are, but I mean, we're seeing that it's more of a mythology that's written in the 2nd century that's cast back into the past as opposed to a real historical story.
Okay, makes sense. And then at one point, did you ever believe that there was a Jesus outside of Scripture?
Absolutely. At the beginning of the research from me and my co-author, we assumed that Jesus was a real person, and we took a look at it, and we're trying to figure out when did they claim that he was divine, why did they do it, who did it, and over time we just realized there's no evidence for this guy.
So you do believe the person exists, just not that he's a divine entity, that came down.
No, I don't think the person existed. No, it's a mythology.
Oh,
We said
okay.
that's what we did believe, but then we started to realize there's no evidence for the guy even existing.
Oh, okay. So then, you'd probably automatically rule out Islam then, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because Islam talks about Jesus as a real person.
I got some insight on this. If we got a second.
Yeah. Any other questions there, sub 22 there?
No, I appreciate it, man. I'll go check out your stuff. Thank you for letting me up, even though I didn't prove you wrong. I just wanted to know about stuff.
Yeah, either way, man. Thanks for coming up.
Right,
Again,
anyway.
a quick reminder over to YouTube: if you have a question or a statement or anything like that, you can send a super chat. I will read it out loud and I will respond to it. Or you can click the link in the chat to come up on TikTok. That's how I take guests. Thank you very much for the comment. All right, what is up? Next person up was Jigaton, I think.
Yeah. You got it right, bro.
Okay, what you got?
I was gonna ask you. So, the other day I found you for the first time. I talked to you for a little bit, and then I went and started looking at the, where you have your book, the website, and all this stuff.
Yep.
And I realized so you're talking about stylometry, right? The method used to be able to figure out when these texts were written. And,
No, that's just the stuff that goes over what the theory already provided. If you take a look at the book, we have 9 chapters. Only 2 of those chapters are over stellometry, and one of those 2 chapters is just explaining what it is. So it's just kind of providing a backbone on top of the theory, just to kind of show the data science behind it. But nevertheless, there's no. I mean, we can make the entire argument for Jesus' non-existence, Paul's non-existence, and the 2nd century dating without ever invoking the word stellometry.
But what I'm saying is, all I'm saying is, you use the program Stylo to be able to run this analysis.
Oh, you're asking?
Right?
Yeah, I mean, Stylo was used. Yeah, why?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And so, what I wanted to ask you. So I went and checked out, right? That's because I was trying to figure out what it is, because I never heard about
What
it
Stylo
before.
was, or what?
Yeah, yeah. So, and what I found out is that the creator of Stylo saying that a Stylo is supposed to be only used for authorship, right?
That's what
And
we're doing.
no, but I'm not done stating my point. What I'm saying is,
Okay.
the creator of Stylo said that the program was meant to be used for authorship, and that you're supposed to use above 1,000 words, right? And
No, the author of the mathematician there, the math, or the math behind it, the data science, the distance formula. Dr. Masiage Eater is his name, and we have him on record saying that you can use less than 500 words and get 100% accuracy. So, no.
what I'm saying to you is, when you go to Stylo and you try to figure out how this program is used,
Mm-hmm.
the recommendation is you got to use it for authorship and above
That's what
1,000
we do.
words.
Okay.
And
Well,
so,
did you
and
see
then
the
when I go,
dendrogram that I pulled up earlier? The dendrogram I pulled up earlier. This is with 4 chapters put together. This is 2,000 words at a time.
which one, the Acts and Luke,
Yep.
or all of them?
This is the dendrogram that I pulled up earlier. This is 2,000 words at a time. So.
Yep. Yeah, but
what do you want to do?
what I'm trying to ask you, because I mean, when I come up here, I'm trying to find out,
I'm
right?
using this to find the author, and which is what you said, and I'm using it at 2,000 words per file. So what's your problem now?
Well, you're not using it to find the author. You're trying
That's
to
exactly
figure
what we're
out
doing here.
when the
No,
verses
that's
are,
entirely
when
what
the
I'm doing
books are
here.
written.
Look at this dendrogram. Based on this dendrogram, we can determine that this is one author and this is another author. We are using it to find an author, and we're using 2,000 words in each file. What do you want me to do there?
Okay, you're not listening to my question though.
Cool. So
I'm asking.
Listen. So again, you are a butthurt person who definitely doesn't understand stellometry and definitely does not have an up-to-date understanding as to what Dr. Masiage Eater has even said. And I am telling you right now that even using your arbitrarily placed standards, we can still go ahead and make our argument. And even if we couldn't, I could still prove that Jesus and Paul didn't exist and that these texts are from the 2nd century without using the word stellometry. So when we take a look at
I'm not arguing about the word stellometry.
Listen. You are arguing about how we are using it or what we're using it for and how many words. So given the fact that this dendrogram on the screen has 2,000 words and is looking at authorship, what are you going to bitch about now?
I'm not arguing about how you're using it. I'm arguing
so
about
are you
the
trying to
point
argue
you're
that it
trying
is
to
only
get to.
used for authorship, and you were trying to say that we don't use it for authorship?
I'm trying to state that you're trying to use it to figure out.
Okay, so
when
you are
these
concerned with
verses
how
are
we're
written.
using it then.
Are you listening to the question?
So
though?
are you actually trying to argue that we're using it in the wrong way?
I haven't even stated any argument.
Okay.
I'm
So
asking
it's a
you.
yes or no question. Do you believe that we are using it in the wrong way?
Yes.
Okay. So just as I said, you were trying to say we are using it in the wrong way, and you're concerned about how we're using it. So don't gaslight me. I know exactly what you're trying to say. Were you also trying to say that we are running files that are too small? Do you believe that? Okay. On the screen is a dendrogram that is looking at authorship, which is what you said it has to do. And it includes 2,000 word files, which is double the amount that you said is required. What do you have to bitch about now?
The final question I was asking you.
Okay.
Was,
so either address this particular dendrogram that I pulled up earlier, or I'm going to go ahead and disconnect you. Okay.
How do you want me to address that?
Okay. So this is 2,000 words, and it's looking at authorship.
Okay.
Is 2,000 words a problem?
No, but that's
Is
not the
looking at
argument that you're
authorship? No,
making
listen,
fully in the
listen,
book.
listen. Is authorship, looking at authorship, is that a problem?
No,
Okay, so do you have a problem with what we did with this dendrogram?
I don't have a problem with what
Okay,
you're
cool.
showing me on the
So
screen right
again,
now.
listen. So we made this screen because POSs like yourself would like to come up here and try to tell us what we know about data science is not true. So we made something that met your arbitrarily placed standards in order to show you that it doesn't matter. Now, ultimately,
Yeah, but
listen,
but I'm not arguing about the screen you're showing me.
listen. Ultimately, the argument that that screen that I just showed you is making is that the Gospel of Luke and the book of Acts are actually split with Evangeline. So all I have to do, if you want to utilize stellometry, or if I want to utilize stellometry for my argument, all I have to do is show you this, which you already agreed doesn't have any problems with it, and you don't have any contention with it. And ultimately, all I have to do is show you this and build my case around it. Because if the Gospel of Luke utilizes Evangeline and Acts is after the Gospel of Luke, then therefore it is in the 2nd century and it is the anchor point that we can connect all of the New Testament to. John has to be after the Gospel of Luke according to the actual text. Then the Gospel of Matthew, from scholars dealing with Matthean posteriority, has to come after the Gospel of Luke, or certain verses that are actually found within Evangeline that the Gospel of Luke uses later. So Matthew has to firmly be placed between Luke and Evangeline. For Mark, we don't even use stellometry, or we don't need it, because it is literally talking about things that Jerome himself, the early church father in the 4th century, said is dealing with the, indicating or talking about the Bar Kokhba revolt in 136. So Mark has to be post 136, Matthew has to be post 144, Luke has to be post 144, and John has to be post Luke. So I don't give two flying fucks. What you think you did, in no way, shape, or form is the stylometric analysis a problem, and in no way, shape, or form do I even need the stylometric analysis.
Yeah, but you see what I mean. You're still on the image you're showing me, and what I'm trying to tell you is,
So what is your problem with this image? What's the problem with
your
the image?
major argument is not that image. The reason why I'm here is not because I saw that image. The reason I came is because
you're muted. You came up here because you wanted to find any possible way for your favorite fictional character to be real. That's the only reason you're here. There is no other reason. And you latched on to an arbitrary claim from something somebody wrote a long time ago, stating that you needed a certain amount of words. And you never expected that I was already prepared for your bullshit case. And when I showed you this image, you folded like an origami swan. And there's nothing at all that you can do to wriggle out of the fact that I don't care, because stellometry isn't even something that I need to invoke to make my argument. All right? So, do you have anything else, or would you like to continue bitching about something you don't know or understand? Which one?
Bro, are you seriously taking that attitude, bro?
Yep, I am.
Like,
do you have anything else?
Well, yeah, I mean the
what was your other thing?
The solely reason why I came was because I went, like I said, I went to your website, I looked at the book you're selling for $3.
Sweet. So what you can do is you can actually open the book that we were selling and take a look at it. You can also see the live demonstrations of the stellometry, or continue to follow us here on TikTok or YouTube, where I talk extensively about this dendrogram that I keep popping up on the screen, which satisfies your requirements, which is why you admitted that you don't actually have any problem with it. Sorry, that's not how that works. And that didn't go the way you thought it would, did it? All right, moving on to this person who I think came up earlier but had a connectivity problem.
Can you hear me?
Hey, what's going on?
Yeah. How are you doing today?
Say what?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, dude, you
How are
got
you
a
doing
ton
today?
of background noise, man.
Okay, hold on. Is it better now?
Yeah. Are you around a TV or a group of people?
Joseph, please turn off this one a bit.
I can't even hear the guy. All right. Yeah, he's like eating his microphone around like a crowd of people at a party or something. That was really weird. All right. All right. If you got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. The request button is right about here for TikTok or down there for TikTok. What? Interesting. Okay. Well, apparently somebody found a kitten fairly close to here, and they posted it on Facebook, and we... Apparently my wife wants to... Are you going to go get it? Okay, well... Okay. Another mouth to feed. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I might be able to like foster it or something. Okay. Name it Huggy. Maybe. I might name it Huggy. Probably. All right. Alrighty. If you're over on YouTube and you're like, oh wow, this guy's a loser and I want to go put him in his place. Well, come on up and call me a loser to my face. You can do that. That's perfectly fine. Just come on up on TikTok. The link is in the chat there, or on the YouTube profile. You can click the chat. I take guests on TikTok. I understand it's TikTok, but if you don't have a TikTok or you don't want to, just send a super chat and I will respond to it and read it out loud. Speaking of which, we have a super chat, $4.99 there from Hardwork8395. It says that stylometry collar got folded like... I know where you're going. Well, I think you know by now what I was going to say. Yes. Yeah. There we go. A lady huggy. Oh, yeah, I don't know. I'm not saying it over there on TikTok so you guys just want me to. Photo like laundry? No, I don't think so. Call the cat stylometry. I would. Stylo. That's kind of a cute name for a cat. Stylo. That's actually a really cool name for a cat. I'm calling it Stylo. Anyways. Let's see. Kitty Huggy. That's funny. I just want to see the kitten. I mean, we don't have it. It was just posted or something like that. I don't know. Call it Jesus. Shroudy. Stylo, the shrouded cat. Stylo's actually nice. Joe Feces. All right. So if you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. I want to hear from you. If you're on YouTube, send a super chat or request up there on TikTok using the link in the chat, and I will have a conversation with you. Remember, guys, 1 Peter 3:15 says to always be prepared to give a defense of why you believe what you believe when questioned or demanded of you, and do so respectfully. If you don't come up here and tell that guy dressed as a cowboy on TikTok or YouTube that Jesus or Paul actually did exist and give the evidence for it, then you let God down. And when God gets sad, he unalives a puppy. Not a kitten. He's not an idiot. He's not an asshole. But yeah, he unalives a puppy. All right? He unalives it. Sorry. Look it up. It's not my words. It's his. Look it up. It's in Lamentations. All right. Save the pulpy. Oh. Pulpy. That's terrible. I don't hate puppies. It's God who hates puppies. It's not me. It's not me. Look it up. It's in Lamentations. Meow Cephas. All right. No Christian is under any obligation to debate you. Actually, technically, you are. 1 Peter 3:15 says, I can demand an explanation from you. Sorry. You're letting God down. To all the Christians out there or Bible-believing people, if you pass away this evening, you are going to stand right there in front of Jesus, and he is going to say, depart from me, I never knew you, because you didn't take time out of your day to explain why Jesus and Paul existed to somebody on TikTok. That's just pathetic. Get out of here. And he will cast you down to hell, down to the lake of fire. Sorry. It's his words, not mine. Not mine. Don't shoot the messenger. All right. Let's see. We did get a super chat though from Dominic Callan, who says, "I ask you, can you weigh a pound off fire?" Dominic, I'm gonna keep it real with you, Chief. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I really don't. I ask you, can you weigh a pound off fire? Like can I weigh fire? No, I guess no. No, I think. What? I'm really confused as to what that person was even asking. Hermes, how's it going, Hermes?
It's going good.
What you got for us today, man?
Nothing too crazy. Could you just give me those scriptures that you were reading off to accuse and try to get us goaded into responding to you?
Well, now that you're up here, do you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul?
I'm just asking for those scriptures quick.
It's 1 Peter 3:15. Now, that being said, do you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul?
1 Peter 3:15. What about that Lamentations one you were giving us?
Do you really think that there's a Bible verse that says that God is going to unalive puppies?
So then, telling us a lie to goad us into arguing with you, what makes you think then we have to give you a response?
Well, you're up here. So do you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul, or do you want me to go ahead and move on to somebody else who does have evidence?
I just wanted to see your credibility and your lies.
Sounds good. Sherry Shellman. Sheree? Is that Sheree? Sheree Shellman? Oh, sorry. I ended up clicking mute. I tried to unmute you, and I ended up clicking the mute. There you go.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out how to unmute.
Oh, yeah, I got you.
I just seen this pop up. I seen the last person you was talking to, and they was talking, I guess, some type of like resource you was using to figure out like what you were already like kind of like believing. Yeah, I was trying to figure out like how did that work before like I give a response, because I wasn't really sure what you were using and how it was working. I'm kind of uneducated on that part.
Oh, no, good question, though. So stilometry is a peer-reviewed and accepted form of literary analysis. What it does is it takes a look at words that are the most frequently used words, which are like, they're called function words. That'd be like I, you, and, the, like usually smaller words that are just part of a sentence. And it's scientifically proven that each person uses these things in like unique to us. So your style of writing is different from somebody else. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So basically where I'm going here is we can take a look at a text and determine and we can cut it up into pieces, and we can compare it with itself to see if there's different authors within that text.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And so when you guys did that study, you basically found out that none of the authors existed.
Well, so it's not necessarily that from the study. We're just trying to figure out whether or not the text is actually like written by one individual person, or if we see multiple authors, and if they come up with any other authors from like the 2nd century. Because like like J.K. Rowling, right? Like the Harry Potter author, the kind of crazy person. So the point is, she then went on to write after Harry Potter. In 2014, she wrote like a crime novel under a pseudonym, Robert Galbraith, and people didn't know who this Robert Galbraith was because it's a fake person. They're like, who's this author? Why are they getting pushed? Who is this? And they ran it alongside a bunch of different authors, and it came up every time with J.K. Rowling. So they got the publisher to admit that, yes, that is J.K. Rowling using a different name. So we can determine who writes something by taking a look at the most frequently used words. They use stilometry to determine this kind of stuff.
Oh, so were you guys able to like connect the name to basically the chapters in the Bible?
Yeah, so we can take the New Testament and we can chop it into pieces, into like chapters or combine chapters, in order to get bigger pieces and stuff like that if the chapters are really small. And we can compare them to each other to see if it's coming from the same author. That would help us confirm that, say, Luke is written by one author or Romans is written by one author, that kind of thing. And then we can compare them to people in the 1st century, the 2nd century, the 3rd century. We can compare them with other people who were writing in Greek to see if maybe they were the authors, if that makes sense.
Okay, so my next question is,
Mhm.
when you guys did do are you guys still doing the study, or did you guys find out information
Oh, we're
about the
continuing.
authors?
We're continuing to do it. I mean, our book came out in March of 2024,
Okay.
and you can take a look at the ebook's $3, but and the links in my bio here or on the profile on YouTube. But I mean, ultimately, we're continuing though. We're continuing to take a look at these things. The graph that I brought up earlier was not in the book, but it's something that we've continued to study afterwards, just to make sure that, you know, we don't find anything else or anything crazy that throws everything off or something like that.
Okay, so in your statement when you said Jesus and Paul never existed,
Mm-hmm.
what gave you guys that theory?
So the writing in the 2nd century pretty much immediately does away with Paul, because what I mean by that is that even the natural Jesus and Paul as presented by the New Testament didn't exist. So Jesus doesn't write anything, but Paul in the New Testament is said to have written things in the 1st century. So if we can determine using this, well, different ways, but especially if stylometry shows us this, if it shows us that these texts are being written by people in the 2nd century because it's coming up with their style of writing, then that shows us that Paul didn't exist in the 1st century, like that because these things aren't written in the 1st century. So the New Testament is wrong when it talks about Paul. If you want to say Paul existed, but in the 2nd century writing, that's fine. But he didn't write anything in the 1st century, which is what the New Testament claims. That's the problem.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, for Jesus, it's a little different because Jesus doesn't write anything, but
Yeah.
understanding that it's in the 2nd century helps us see the timeline of Christianity and how the story of Jesus evolves over time and how he becomes, he goes from like being like just a god to being like a person. Like they start giving him a birth story and stuff, and they change things up, and they start making claims later on, that kind of stuff. So we can see how the story develops and where it comes from we can see it much better, much clearer, because we see that it's written in the 2nd century instead of the 1st.
Okay, so him writing it in the 1st century would be thrown out because you said the writing style?
Yeah, the writing style matches people in the 2nd century, not the 1st.
Oh, okay. Well, I did know that you wanted us to come up here and share our theory. One of the things that I do know is that the Bible was rewritten, and that's why
What do you mean by that?
from the King James version. If you
Oh,
go
no,
back
that's
to
just like
the
a translation. When we run our study, we run it in the Greek, in the oldest manuscripts that we have.
Okay, yeah. So
I see what you're saying, but no, we don't run the. Yeah, you can't run it in English because it wasn't written in English. It was written in Greek.
right,
Yeah.
and that's why I was gonna say, like, basically, like the Ethiopian Bible, like I know they translated it. The Ethiopian Bible seems to be a little bit different to me because even in the wording, like if you go to certain chapters, like in the wording is totally different. The way that they word theirs and the way that King James rewrit the Bible, it seemed like
Yeah. Well, anytime you get here's the problem. So first of all, the Ethiopian Bible is in the Ge'ez language, so it's not even English. But if you translate it out of that into English, you're going to get slightly different things because the more languages that it has to go through in order to get to English, the crazier it's going to be. Like that's it's just kind of wild. Like something that's kind of fun is I don't know, if you got like a lot of time on your hands and you laugh at dumb stuff, well, like myself. But if you take like English lyrics to a song and you translate it into Spanish, and then take that Spanish and translate it into like Chinese or something, and then take that Mandarin and translate it into like Italian or something, and then back to English, you're going to get some crazy answer. You're going to get some crazy lyric that wasn't anything like the original. And that's because the more languages you go through, the weirder it gets, or the harder it is to get back to the original intended word, if that makes sense. Because languages have different words or different amounts of words for different terms. So the point is, every English translation is, regardless of if it's an English translation of the Ethiopian Bible or if it's King James or it's from the Greek, or it's from the Latin or the German or whatever, any English translation, oh, thank you very much, is going to ultimately have some kind of a theological like motivation for why they pick a particular word. Like they may say spirit instead of ghost, or they may say ghost instead of spirit for some particular reason. And that can sometimes be lost depending on the motivations of the translator, but regardless. Yeah. But ultimately that's not what we're dealing with. We're not dealing with the English, we're dealing with the Greek when we run it.
Okay. Last thing, I hear what you're saying, and I understand your research and stuff. But me as a believer, I noticed that when I'm doing my own, when I'm on my own journey, and when I'm spending time, doing the practices of, being a believer, I noticed that most of our knowledge doesn't come from our natural understanding, but it comes from the spirit. So it'll be certain things that, because we have to remember that if we are considering the word of God, he always tells us that to divide ourselves from the flesh and to become spirit. So therefore, if we are getting our knowledge, or if we are doing something, or like for this sake, writing a book.
So really quick, it sounds like you're just kind of talking about like some supernatural stuff, and that's not really what I'm focusing. I'm trying to focus on like history and dating of text and stuff.
And that's why I'm going back to where you was talking about their writing, or how it would sound like it'll be more advanced to like the 2nd century instead of being behind in the 1st century. Well, a lot of our information comes from the spirit. The way that we, if you're really walking in the things of God, if you are a believer, then you will know that most of what you're doing is coming from the spirit.
Okay.
It's been
Well,
times.
again, I don't really talk about supernatural stuff. I mean, I understand that you have a sincere belief in this, and you've been nice and respectful, and I've tried to bend this as well. But that's just not the point of the live here. I apologize. I'm trying to talk about more historical, like natural stuff.
Yeah, and that's why I was saying that you can't really compare natural to the spirit.
Right,
And
but I mean,
that's why I was,
if you're
because
assuming that if you're assuming that supernatural stuff exists, then you could fall for any religion then.
No, because
Yeah, because I mean, how
it's
did you
about your
know that the
experience.
supernatural stuff from Hinduism isn't real?
Because my argument is based off of my journey, and I'm sure a lot of people that is actually walking in this journey in the spirit can tell you, and a lot of those other religions, their encounterments with God is not the same. And I can
Yeah.
attest for that. A lot of them don't believe, like for instance, my aunt is
Okay,
a
really, okay, please. I just need you to explain to me how you know your supernatural stuff is real, but the Hindus aren't real. Like, how do you know that the Holy Spirit's real and it's not just Vishnu?
Because their encounterment with their worshiping and what they're practicing is not an actual encounterment.
How do you know?
That's what, because it's not it's not an actual I don't really, I can only talk about religions that I've actually
Yeah,
experienced,
I
which is
know.
like
That's what I'm saying.
Jehovah Witness.
For you, you have a particular belief, and that's fine as whatever. But other people have a belief, and you have a faith that your spiritual stuff is real, and they have a faith that they have faith in their spiritual stuff. The only real way to determine whether or not either of them is real is evidence, and that's why I'm focusing on history and stuff and like natural stuff. If there's no natural thing back behind it, then you can claim whatever. If some religion comes around and tells you that their supernatural stuff is real and also the sky is purple and the only reason you see it blue is because of some spiritual lens or something, like they could say whatever they want to say. It doesn't get anywhere. Like we're just running in circles unless there's some kind of anchor of like reality that they can hold on to and grasp onto and anchor themselves onto. it doesn't matter. Like,
And that's absolutely true. That is so true.
yeah.
You're
So
not
what is
going
the
to get
historical thing behind what you're saying? Like, how do you
it's
know
in
that what you're saying is actually
it's
historically like accurate?
because I was sharing my testimony and my own experiences as to why it's real. It's certain things that I didn't believe in. I didn't believe in praying in the spirit. I didn't believe in I didn't believe in certain things until I experienced it. It's an experience in life that you get. It's not about always science and doing study, because God is spirit. You cannot reach him in natural resources. And that was my argument here today, is that you can't reach him in natural resources. It's impossible because he's spirit, and you just have to encounter him.
I don't. What? Like, you understand what I'm saying though? Like, your
No,
supernatural claims are not.
I totally understand. It sounds bizarre. It is crazy. Because nothing of God makes sense to us,
Yeah.
because we're natural. We're natural beings. So
Okay. But like, how did you determine that this book that you're reading that talks about this spiritual stuff was even accurate
because
then?
how it changed my life.
Yeah,
What
okay,
it did for me.
but other people say that the Bhagavad Gita changes our life, or the Dianetics
You're
from the.
right, but that's by their own strength.
But
They're
that's you
still
too. How can
No,
you
it's
show?
not.
Yes, it
I don't
is. How
have
do you
the
know?
I don't have the ability to do certain things with my life on my own that I have been able to do thus
How do you
far.
know? How do you know?
Because I can make sense of things. I really don't have I'm still, studying school, and I'm still doing certain things, but I've had a disability that I'm not that's my personal, but it was basically hard for me to achieve certain levels of education. But I've been able to reach those limits of education this far just by putting my faith, because he calls us to faith. So just by putting my faith, I've been able to stop,
All right.
cussing, stop doing
Well,
certain.
yeah. I'm proud that you've changed your life, but and I'm proud that you've made it to where you're at. But you need to understand that that was you, and people are proud of you for that. Don't say that it was something else, because it was you. You did a good job. Like, you can take credit for it. It's okay. You did a great job. You did a great job. Someone did send a money PPO over. Normally I don't do that, but it was already kind of questionable there. Okay, believe Jesus is Lord. What is going on? What you got there?
What's going on, brother?
Hey, it seemed to be really quiet.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, give me.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Davies, I'm trying to get to believe Jesus is Lord really fast, and then I'll get to you. But it's like really quiet there. Believe.
Well, I wanted it to be quiet so it wouldn't be too loud from the previous caller. Can you hear me?
Well, yeah, it should be fine. I'll just turn up the volume. But what you got?
So I hear you talking a lot about the natural and the historical and the scientific and the physical and what you can tangibly or quantify or put evidence towards.
Okay.
I think you're overlooking something very important, which is that what was back then, what in past times was seen as not important, in the future has changed to become evidence and of importance. For example, you can just walk down the path of medicine, where antibiotics for a time period was seen as, oh, that could never be, yet we found antibiotics and we discovered what that became, and now we use
Yeah, I
that
don't think
in a
anybody said
positive
that
way.
could never be. That doesn't really make a lot of sense. But that being said, as far as Jesus goes, what would be your evidence that he even existed back then?
Well, that's what I'm getting to.
Okay.
So, and you seem to try to expedite the person trying to make an argument. So,
Yeah, to
if
try
you're
to
wanting
stick
to
to what
have
we're
these
talking about.
discussions, yeah, but well, the person has a right to get to their point. You've had
You don't have a right
numerous
on here. You have a
instances.
right to talk about the topic. And you're going on some
Right.
weird
So
5-mile hike to show me a dog turd, and I don't want to do that.
it's very simple, sir, and your derogatory
Yeah, now you're talking about
conversations
the
that you're
meta. Just give
having.
me the evidence as to why you think Jesus or Paul existed back then, because that's literally the topic in big red letters.
Very simple, because he's more real than the air that you breathe. The fact
Okay,
that you
cool,
breathe
sweet.
air
So how
lets
did you
you know
determine
that
that
you're
he was more
Jesus
real than the
Christ.
air that I breathe?
How did I determine that he's more real
Yeah.
than the air that you breathe? Very
Sure.
simply, because the very fact that you were even born dictates.
Okay. Am I a descendant of Jesus, like a blood descendant?
We all of us are
So Jesus
descendants
had
of Christ
physical
because
children?
Christ made every single person that is
How
alive
did you
today.
determine that?
What you are talking
How
about
did you
is
determine
a
that?
physical. See how you don't let people
Yeah,
talk or explain
it's
their
because you're
position?
making
You see
claims that
that?
don't have any
I'm
support
not
behind
making
it.
claims.
Okay, yes, you just said
I'm
that
providing
Jesus
you
created all
supporting
of us. How did
evidence
you
and
determine
facts
that?
because the Bible clearly
Okay,
states that
and
we
how
have
do you
all
know
been
that that was
created by
historically
God.
reliable when it makes the claim? See how it's going to keep coming
Because
back to whether or
everybody
not you have an
descends from
evidence for it?
Adam and Eve and
Sweet,
from
we don't
Abraham,
descend.
genetically speaking.
Okay.
Yes.
You have been muted. We do not descend from Jesus. Jesus didn't have any children. Davies, please be quiet. I'm still talking to Believe. Believe. We do not have any evidence that Jesus actually existed. Unless you would like to present it, then we can talk about it. But you have not presented anything. All right. You've just kind of made a claim that we are.
Very simple.
Listen. You have made a claim. Just as a quick recap, you have made a claim that we are descendant, or the proof of Jesus is the fact that I'm here. But I'm not a descendant of Jesus, so that doesn't have anything to do with whether or not he existed. Unless you want to try to say that he had children. I guess, like if he had physical children, then you tried to claim that he created everything. But even if you believe Genesis 1, it doesn't say anything about Jesus there. So I don't know what to tell you. We're going to have to determine whether or not the New Testament is reliable when talking about Jesus. So please
Let's
present
keep
that
it
evidence.
to the old. The evidence is right in front of you. You just
Cool.
choose to ignore
Well,
it.
right in front of me is a TikTok screen with somebody who is not presenting evidence, and that's ultimately what I'm
I
trying to
am
get.
presenting you evidence. You just said that in Genesis it doesn't talk about Jesus. Yes, it does. In Genesis it says he created them in their image. It is a plural. It is talking about more than one. It is talking about the Godhead, God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. You can look it up. It's right there in Genesis.
So ultimately, no, that is not actually
Yes,
what it says.
that is correct.
No. And so
Yes.
the verse that you're trying to quote is it says, in his image, he created them. That's the verse you're trying to quote is not the
No,
verse that you're meaning to quote.
That is incorrect. Now you're putting words that are not in the Bible and you're changing it for your own personal
right here.
deception. So what translation is that?
The NRSVU? Which one do you want?
All right, go to a KJV, pull that up, and watch what it says there.
Let's see, KJV. We got to go down here. Let's see, beast of the fowl. Let's see. He created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him.
Male and female created them.
He created them. He them. He created he them. In fact, this is a lot of pronouns here for people who are anti that. But anyways, that being said, no, the verse that you are trying to quote is actually not written that way. I know what you're trying to say and what you're trying to get at, but you did a shitty job of doing it. Like, if you'd like for me to make your argument for you, I can, because you just you just got the wrong verse. Did you want me to make your argument for you?
Genesis 1:26. Did
yeah.
you look that one
You
up?
see how that's not the verse that you tried to quote?
No, Genesis. Go up. It's Genesis 1:26.
Listen. Admit that you quoted the wrong verse, and then we'll take a
No,
look at
admit.
Go ahead. We're waiting. Just say it. I didn't even mute you. just say I quoted the wrong verse, and then we'll talk about it.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. In fact, I can hear you better than I was able to hear you before.
Okay. So I quoted Genesis 1:26 is what I was trying to quote to you.
Oh, what you're trying to,
you
or what you did?
No.
What you were trying to quote?
Was
listen. You tried to quote 126, but you actually quoted was 127. No. Is this correct?
What I quoted to you, sir, was 126 in their image.
Nope. You were trying.
No. So you don't want to look at it.
No.
Because...
Listen. No. So you said created in the image of God, or in the image of them, he created them. That's what you tried to say. That was verse 27, not 26. If you admit that you were wrong in your quotation, then we will go to this other verse. Just admit, just have a little bit of humbleness. pretty sure it's a fruit of the Spirit.
Yep. That's why I'm admitting to you. I'm saying I was wrong. So
Okay.
can we look at
So,
126?
yep, we'll go ahead and go to 126. So it says, and God said, let us make man in our image. So this is where you have the plural.
Let us.
Now, listen.
Yes.
Yes, there is a plural. Do you know why there's a plural there?
Because it is speaking of the plurality of the Godhead, which you continuously seem to disregard.
No. So the word there would be
Yes.
Elohim. Do you know what Elohim means?
Yes, I do. And
What
it's
does it mean?
Elohim's in the plural, meaning
Sweet.
the actual substance of God.
Yeah, sweet.
Which is the
So,
Father,
again,
the
what does
Son,
that
and
mean?
the Spirit.
No.
The Father, the Son, and the Spirit. It's the
Could you
substance
please
of God,
point?
of
Could
the
you please
Godhead.
point out anywhere in the Old Testament where it talks about that?
Where it talks about the Godhead?
Yeah, where it explicitly says that there's
Yeah.
3 gods and like the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Where does it say that? Oh yeah, I guess he's looking for it there. So.
I got it for you if you'd like to.
Okay. So what verse says there's the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit there in the Old Testament? Where does it say that? He went off the app again. Okay, so just so everybody's aware, the reason why it talks about the Elohim and it talks about like our and stuff like that there in the text is because of this. We can actually look in Deuteronomy 32, which is actually in the Old Testament. It's in the Torah and everything. So 32:8 explicitly says this. It says, when the Most High, in other words, the leader of the pantheon of the gods, apportioned the nations, when he divided humankind, he fixed the boundaries of the peoples according to the number of the gods. There are not just 3 different types of people. That's not a thing. Very clearly, it is addressing the fact that there's a pantheon of gods in the Old Testament that the Israelites absolutely understood existed. They are henotheistic. Henotheistic means that you recognize the existence of other gods, but you worship one specific one. And that's what they were. And unfortunately, the whole Trinity concept and stuff like that is nowhere to be found in the Old Testament, unless you can provide a verse that says the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost.
As I mentioned to you, it's in Psalms 110. Not sure if you had
Psalms
an opportunity
110.
to hear.
No, whenever you're off the app, I can't hear you. So in Psalms 110, like 110?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Psalms 110. What verse?
You can start from the top.
We're not going to read the entire chapter. What do you got? Where does it say Father, Son, Holy Spirit?
I mean, the first verse, right? Just you can start the first verse. The Lord said to my Lord. There it is talking about the duality of, or the trilogy of who God is, right? The
You
Lord
know why
saying
that's
to my
not capitalized? Because it's talking about a person. It's talking about of David. So the Lord says to David, sit at my right hand until I make your enemies your footstool. The Lord sends out from Zion your mighty scepter, because he's king. Rule in the midst of your foes. Your people will offer themselves willingly on the day you lead your forces on the holy mountains. From the womb of the morning, like dew, your youth will come to you. The Lord has sworn and will not change his mind. You are a priest forever according to the order of Melchizedek. Or forever a rightful king by my edict is technically the direct one, but whatever. Doesn't matter. The point is, it is not talking about Jesus. In no way, shape, or form does it say Son, Jesus, or Holy Ghost in there. Or Trinity, or Trilogy, either one. Congratulations, you're stupid in 2 different testaments. Now, back to the New Testament. Do you have any evidence that Jesus or Paul existed? I mean, when you're off the app, I can't hear you. You can hear me, but I can't hear you. I don't know if you're talking or not, so I can't hear you. Do you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul? Otherwise, we're going to have to move on. Or did he leave? I think he just left. He may have left. All right.
Hello, can I talk now?
Yeah, yeah, because the other guy just left.
Yeah.
He just ran away.
All right. Nice, nice stuff that you're doing here. Sometimes I love your attitude. Sometimes it icks me a bit, but I mean, it's the great stuff
I
that
match
you're doing
energy.
here.
That's the thing.
Man, I just have questions. Yeah. I just have questions. I don't really have a debate towards whether he existed or not, because I mean, from the first time I read the Bible, I also had issues, you know, with the order of things. And when you dig deep, you realize they pull off a lot of things from older texts, right? So, but I think Jesus existed because you kind of have it. I think it's in the Egyptian record of some sort where I think when he was 32, he left Israel or whatever, and he went to Egypt for a while. And I think in some
Say
of the
when he was
records
32? Is that what
across,
you
I
said?
think even
Is that what you said?
yeah. I think there was something that he had to leave and then came back. He left and then came back for a while, or was it when he was way much younger? I think there's a gap between, you know, where he was talked about as a child and a baby with Mary, and then there was that gap, and then he came back at an older age before he got crucified.
Right. I mean, there's a whole
Just
bunch of
correct
different
me if
stories.
that, yeah.
Well, so in the Bible it says that he went to Egypt and hung out there until because Joseph and Mary took him down there to avoid Herod the Great unaliving him and stuff. But that's a fairly brief amount of time for the most part. I mean,
But it wasn't documented anywhere else beyond the Bible.
it wasn't documented at all. No, no.
Interesting.
No, it's just like a part of the story. That's all that it is. But I mean,
But how about
go
the
ahead.
Knights of Templars? The Knights of Templars. I know they had an issue trying to retrieve the body. They said they actually did that. I don't know if it's true, but
The
like
body
I said,
of
it's just
who?
questions I have. Of Jesus.
Why would the Knights Templar believe that Jesus' body is here?
I read it somewhere. Maybe it was a bunch of shit I was reading, but
It sounds like you may
those
have
are just
been
questions. I know
reading
you're.
the subtitles on an Assassin's Creed video or something. Da Vinci Code? Yeah, okay, maybe the Da Vinci Code or
like
something.
I said,
Yeah,
I'm not
don't
saying
know.
I have all the knowledge in the world, yeah, but
Yeah, it may have
that
been the
was
Da
just
Vinci
something
Code.
I
That was
read
the plot
somewhere,
from the Da
yeah.
Vinci Code. Okay, no, look, I've never read the Da Vinci Code, nor have I watched the movie. Apparently I need to watch it. Do we need to have like a watch party or something like that for the Da Vinci Code? Because it'll be the first time I've ever seen it, and I'm sure I'm gonna have tons of comments that I'm gonna
interesting.
make throughout it. Yeah, we
Yeah,
probably should.
I'm sure you would. I'm sure you would. Yeah. But I mean, that's just it for me. I mean, I enjoy your show. Keep doing what you do.
Okay.
Yeah, man.
All right. Thanks.
Yeah. Cheers. Take care.
No, someone in the chat said yes, and everyone should dress like Nick Cage. Nick Cage isn't part of the Da Vinci Code. That's that's National Treasure, which is the same, but instead of for Jesus for America, I guess. I don't know. I assume. Again, I've watched National Treasure multiple times. Anyways, Jordan Hernandez, what you got there? Jordan, you there?
Hello?
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yep. What you got?
Oh dang. I don't even know what was on this. My bad. I don't really got a whole lot. I actually just kind of wanted to commend you real quick because I think that you have done a lot more research into this than I have and probably a lot more people. So wanted to just say that I am a believer personally. Right. I don't know if I would consider myself a Christian. I have done a lot of reading into the Bible, and I wanted to just kind of ask you maybe if you could tell me what was the main thing, because you said you believed that Jesus was real before, right? What was the main thing that made you say, all right, he's not real?
I think one of the main things for me was the anachronisms. Once we realized that there were things in there that just didn't line up, Because before then, I was like, maybe there was some guy or something like that. But then once the anachronisms popped into the research that we were looking at, that was the nail in the coffin. Like, I mean, it was bad. Because at that point, it's historically impossible for some of these stories to have happened. And then you have to wonder, why are these people writing these stories about this guy who actually existed and adding these things that couldn't have even happened? It's as if they are not actually writing a real story.
Okay, that's fair enough. Have you ever felt conviction at all in any type of way for doing something wrong?
What? What does that have to do with whether or not people existed in the past, man?
I told you, I don't know exactly what you know. You'll know a lot more than me. I'll give it to you. I'm just saying, like, in general,
So you got to pivot to
spiritually wise.
something that doesn't have anything to do with the topic?
No, it does. It does. It's
It doesn't.
unfortunate because you're gonna go all the way back, and you're gonna talk about the history of it and talk about
Yeah, because I mean,
you're always gonna
ultimately,
go back to that.
ultimately, if Jesus didn't exist, then conviction that is presented in the story of Jesus doesn't do anything. I don't care what the supernatural powers of Santa Claus are or Harry Potter. If Santa Claus and Harry Potter didn't exist, why do I care about the other shit?
Because
I don't care about Wingardium Leviosa or whatever it is. I don't care about it if Harry
because
Potter's not
Santa
real.
Claus, right? Okay, I get it. But Santa Claus and Harry Potter and Hermione Granger haven't done shit for people spiritually, right?
There's been literally ask any child who doesn't have it explained to them that there's no evidence for Santa Claus. Ask any child if Santa Claus has done something in their life, and they will say yes.
We're talking about children now. Disney movies do that to children too.
Yeah, listen.
So-
Eventually, those children are told the truth. Eventually, we are told there's no evidence to back up that story. And eventually our eyes get opened. And normally that's around the age of like 3rd, 4th, 6th grade or whatever. But overall, there's a bunch of human adults walking around who think Jesus actually existed because they bought into a mythology and a fairy tale from the middle of the 2nd century that a whole bunch of people before them, back when there was nothing to do but be afraid of the sun, decided this is a real thing and built on top of. You are reading a fairy tale from the 2nd century and going, there's no possible way that this can't be real. That's what you're doing.
Okay.
And ultimately, unless you have any evidence to suggest that this isn't just a fairy tale, then we can't have much of a conversation.
Yeah, I understand that part. You're gonna go back to the evidence part, but
Yeah,
you are disregarding
because that's the only way
that-
to determine
No.
whether or not Harry Potter's real, whether or not
How
Jesus
are
is
you
real,
breathing-
whether or not Santa Claus
how
is
are you
real, whether or
breathing?
not Bob the Builder is real
How are you breathing oxygen right now?
with lungs.
How-
That being said, do you
with
have
lungs
any
now.
evidence for Jesus or Paul
You don't
existing and
understand
breathing
that
in
oxygen
and breathing
is
in
real
air
either, though.
2,000 years ago?
No.
Okay.
Not the
Well-
way that you're getting at it, but I was just trying to
Well,
say
I mean,
that you're
if you think
disregarding.
that Jesus existed in a non-historical way, I don't care. Say he existed on Mars. Who
I
cares?
guess another issue. Is that we our arguments, I guess, in the spiritual form, go not to the natural state, like that other girl, right? We talk about the fact that you're disregarding people basically that have spiritual connection to it,
Yeah,
where
you
they
have a
pray
spiritual.
and they
People have a spiritual connection with Harry Potter. You know what we generally
It's
do with
not
those
the same
people? We
thing,
tell them to
though,
go to
bro.
therapy. Yeah, it is, because you don't have any evidence to back up who you think you have a connection to.
Okay.
No, I mean, it's that simple. Show me that you actually have a connection with this. Show me the evidence for it, or GTFO. That's how that works. I mean,
you can't apply the same things that you get from Harry Potter's not going to tell you or have a book like that.
Harry
to-
Potter has changed the lives
to-
of a lot of 90s kids. Where are you coming from? And that's why they were
Not
so
the
fucking
same
devastated
way
when they
as the
found out that
actual
J.K. Rowling's a
Bible.
piece of shit.
Is she a piece of shit, really?
Yeah,
I
she
didn't
is a
know
massive piece of shit. That being
What
said,
happened with that?
well,
What did she
anyways,
do?
that's not the topic. The topic
Oh,
of the
that's not
fact,
the topic,
the
right.
topic is the fact that like it absolutely did help kids get through tough times. Tell that to the kid who is growing up in a broken home, reading by flashlight with their blanket pulled over their head to drown out their parents screaming in the other room about like this kid who's running off and having all these fun adventures with his friends. Tell that to that kid. Like, that kid absolutely is changed by this story. That doesn't make it real. It doesn't make it real, dude.
Your perspective, 100%. I get where you're coming from. Okay, I get it. I guess I wanted to basically come from a point of view where I read the Bible and it changes me and it helps me in every day-to-day life.
Yeah.
And I don't think Harry Potter does that. Might do that to kids.
It didn't do it to
Disney movies
you.
might
That
do
doesn't
to kids
mean
too.
anything. Because you can say that about any religion, dude. Tom Cruise probably gets some big old boner when he reads Dianetics from L. Ron Hubbard. That doesn't mean anything. Doesn't mean anything if somebody says, "Oh, hey, I read the stories about Vishnu or Buddha, or the turtle that created the universe or whatever."
Okay, I understand. I understand where you're coming from, at least. I can't prove you wrong. Let's just say that.
I mean, like, different people in different religions have different perspectives. That's fine. Like, okay, cool. But the only real way to determine whether or not one is true, or if either of them are true, or any of them are true, is evidence. That's it. And I understand that you're saying, oh, hey, well, that's just not my topic, or that's not what I talk about a lot. Well, unfortunately, it needs to become the topic, because until you can show that this is actually a real thing, why are you believing anything from the New Testament? You're saying, oh, hey, the supernatural things like the miracles or the Holy Spirit. If the authors of the New Testament couldn't get the historical things right, the things we could check, what makes you think they were getting the supernatural things right, the things that we can't even check? If the things we can prove are bullshit, why are you trusting them at all with anything?
I hear you. Okay, can I ask one more question?
Go ahead.
There is, again, uneducated, fair warning, but there's a tomb, I believe, of Jesus' brother. Is it James?
What?
Not James. Oh, Jesus'
I
brother.
think you're talking about the ossuary.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, so there's an ossuary, which is a box.
There was Jesus' name
okay.
on the box, right?
Yeah, that's carved into the box, which is why the person got, like, he literally went to court and got convicted of fraud.
No. Where I'm saying the remains of Jesus' brother, and
yeah, I
his
know.
name,
It's because
Jesus, was on the box.
I know, because someone carved brother of Jesus onto it. That's the part that's added. Jacobus is a name. It's a fairly common name. It means James. But someone carved in brother of Jesus on the side of it and got in trouble for it. The actual box is real and could potentially date to the 1st century, possibly even before. But nevertheless, it could date to the 1st century and says the name James on it. But the brother of Jesus, or the brother of Jesus, is added onto it.
So what evidence you have that that's the case?
The court documents and then the scholars that talk about it? I mean, I don't know what to tell you, man.
I guess the court. Then if we're going based off of that, how are those court documents? How do we know that those are factual? Exactly.
Okay. Well, if you want to go off a slippery slope argument, then I guess we can say Jesus and Paul never existed.
No.
Yeah,
I'm
because
just saying
if the slippery slope, if we
Jesus,
can't know anything, then we can't know that Jesus and Paul existed. So if you want to do that, we can do it. But I don't want to do it, and you don't want to do it, so don't even bring it up.
No, I think we both don't want to do that. But the fact that Jesus, what if, okay, let me just give you like a what if situation, right? What if Jesus did exist, right? And his name was written on there because it was actually Jesus' brother, right? You would be wrong then, correct?
Yep.
Okay, so just because the court document says that someone else wrote,
and by the way,
on
even
the
if it was
box of
Jesus, it doesn't mean that it's Jesus, like Jesus Christ. It's like, why would that have to be Jesus Christ? People can't have the same names?
Well, the whole point of the thing, though, is you said, I mean, Jesus of Nazareth. There have been a bunch of scholars. Oh, I guess it doesn't say Jesus of Nazareth. Okay. Well,
Yeah,
but it's
because
still
Nazareth wasn't even a place at the beginning of the 1st century, which is yet again an issue here.
okay.
Like,
Fair enough.
there's
All right,
there's
one
so
more
many
question.
different there's so many different ways that we can determine that this story is bullshit, that even if you were to find something that sort of kind of resembled the story, even if it was real, that doesn't necessarily make the Jesus from the New Testament real. That's the problem. I mean, hell, there's a Jesus and a James that are brothers there in Josephus's Antiquities of the Jews.
Right.
But that's
Yeah.
Jesus, son of Damnius, who becomes high priest in the early 60s. So it doesn't really mean much. I mean, hell, the ossuary could fuck, it's real, and it's talking about James and Jesus there. Okay, like, cool. It doesn't have anything to do with Jesus from the New Testament.
All right. Yeah, fair enough. I have not done enough research on it. Actually, I'll probably do more. I really just read the Bible. I think it helps me personally because when I read it and I apply the things, especially the teachings of Jesus in the New Testament, it helps me in my life. I can't speak for other people. You make a good argument with the whole Harry Potter thing, helps people. Maybe
Scientology helps people. Tom Cruise
Sure,
would make
yeah,
the same
Scientology
argument for
could help people.
Scientology.
Yeah, it could absolutely. I don't see how, because I feel like there has been a lot of people that aren't Christians that have done research on this and have found evidence already. Like Wes Huff, right? Have you ever like watched it? I'm sure you have. You watched like Wes Huff's shit, right?
I have not physically watched him shit. However, I have seen some
His
videos from him.
shit.
Say what?
Yeah. His shit, like his stuff online.
I mean, I don't care what you watch, man. That's kind of weird. But that being said, as far as Wes Huff goes, I mean, he routinely puts his foot in his mouth, and even Christian scholars have to call him out for saying the wrong thing.
Okay.
So
you should have him on here.
You should. But unfortunately, he admits that there's only about 5 people that he would even possibly like debate or talk to. And he admits in this video where he says that he's got so little time that the only reason he would actually count on one hand those people is because they're so popular, which would make him money. So do with that as you will.
Like I can't even deny that. I agree. I think that's a lot of people do that actually. So respect. All right. What was your name again?
My name's Jaron.
Jaron. I'm Jordan. Thanks for the conversation, bro.
All right. Well, thanks for coming up. You can come up sometime in the future. Hey, man, if you come up in the future, well, he's gone now. But if you come up in the future, check out Christ Before Jesus. That way you have a cheat sheet of what I'm going to say. So that'll potentially help there. Oh, my God, we have a cat now. Oh, my God. All right. Well, welcome to hell, everybody. All right. The Wooded Jar, what you got?
Hey, man, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Oh, before I get to there, Super Chat's over there on YouTube. Again, if you send a Super Chat, I will read it out. I promise I will read it out loud on the stream, and I will respond to it. $5 there from Dedreamo says, yo, what's up? Space question mark. Any proved you wrong yet? So I guess anyone proved you wrong yet? Another space question mark. And the answer is, Dedreamo, no. I've been doing this for about 4 or 5 hours every weekday for about 2.5 years. No one has proved me wrong so far, and I don't think they're going to today, but Wooded Jar looks promising. The Wooded Jar looks promising. All right, and then another $2 there from Dedreamo who says, hilarious. Thank you very much. And then $1.99 from Hardwork8395 that says, Harry Potter has changed more lives than Jesus. I wouldn't say that as far as the fictional characters go, but it's still, yeah. I mean, it does mean a lot to people, but that doesn't make it real. That was my point, and I think you get the point there. But anyways, again, if you're on YouTube and you want to come up, the chat. The chat has a link to TikTok. That's how I take guests. You can click that link, come over here, request up, and I'll talk to you. If you don't want to come over to TikTok or don't have a TikTok, don't worry. Send over a Super Chat. I will read it out loud, and I will respond to it. So the Wooded Jar, what do you got?
Hey, man, I came on a couple weeks ago on my son's wrestling account. Do you remember that?
Oh, yeah. So it looks like you've created another account?
I forgot I had this account, actually.
Also, it's not your son's account. You said it was your account, but you just used it for your son.
I post his videos there. Somehow it got, I think one of your commenters or your followers.
What? Wooded Jar, what? What do you say?
Sorry, somebody called me. I think one of your followers or commenters or something got it taken down, so that account got banned.
I don't think so. I don't think that's possible.
YouTube,
TikTok looks into it, and I mean, you must have said something kind of silly. Either that, or they may have deemed that it was a kid's account or something.
Maybe so. That's possible. Anyways, so anyway, he went on to win a national championship last weekend. So
you know what? Big claps.
Yeah, it's pretty good for a 9-year-old.
Pretty good.
All right, so I want to look at the Tacitus stuff again.
Yeah. Okay.
So you say it's an interpolation, right? Of
Yep.
the entire writing or just the passage?
No, the passage that says where they got their name and everything like that, and goes on to say that, you know, Christ was crucified by Pilate under Tiberius's reign, and the superstition makes its way out of Judea over to Rome, that kind of thing.
So the Christian that interpolated it didn't think to change any of the negative stuff about the mischievous superstition. They didn't change any of that stuff. They left
No,
it.
they would want to. That way they're showing that they're being persecuted.
You're saying so
why would
all
they
the negative stuff.
why would they want to have Tacitus glaze it? Like in this case, they're actually saying, hey, like, this is bad because the rest of the material is talking about how they were blamed for the fire in Rome and stuff.
So, okay, so why would they then only scratch out the O and change the E?
What?
Or why would they only change the E to an I? Why wouldn't they change the word to say Christians?
They did. Later manuscripts all say, like, all the manuscripts of Tacitus' annals after 11th century say Christians with an I.
Do we have anything before the 11th century?
No, it is the oldest manuscript that we have of Tacitus. It's
So
kept by the Catholic Church, by the way, in a monastery.
So there's no like hard true proof that this is just what people believe happened.
What do you mean?
There's no hard evidence that the case you make for Tacitus is actually the actual truth. It's just
we have data science to be able to back it up, but nevertheless, the hard data.
What data science do we have?
The stylometry. So we can take a look at it and determine that the words that are used there are not the same style. We have multiple scholars that have questioned it, especially since we do have something hard that actually like relates to it. And I don't mean hard like that, guys. What I'm talking about is how there's the Pilate stone that says that his position is prefect, not procurator. So if Tacitus is using some arrest record or crucifixion record or Roman archives, Senate records, that kind of thing, he would have said prefect instead of procurator, because that's what Pilate was. There wasn't even a procurator in Judea until the decade after Pilate was dismissed in 36. And Tacitus knows the difference. He actually goes into detail as to what the difference between a procurator and a prefect is. He uses the terms correctly elsewhere.
Okay.
So that's why like, people have said this seems really like, suspicious.
Scholars believe that the writings of Tacitus are legit.
I mean, I don't care.
If not more.
I don't care. I don't care about whether or not. Again, opinions are just opinions, and opinions are like buttholes.
You say that, but you're leaning on those.
No, I'm not leaning on opinion. I'm leaning on something that's. I'm leaning on something that is a document. Yeah, I'm leaning on an actual like the Pilate stone, which says prefect, which means this is an error. Like I don't know what to tell you, man. Like I don't know what to tell you.
Sorry, I don't have great service. You broke up that last part. I didn't hear it. Say it again, please.
I don't know what to tell you because I am not leaning on an opinion. I'm leaning on the actual Pilate stone. It says prefect.
Okay, so that mistake made. Are there any writings of like Alexander the Great where there are mistakes in his writings, but we don't automatically say, like what I'm referencing is there are tons of historical people we know existed that the writings about them didn't come till hundreds of years later, but we don't question their existence based on the distance between the writing and when they lived, right?
When have I said any of that for Tacitus here?
I'm asking you this.
I didn't even make. I'm not even making that argument for Tacitus. What are you talking about? Also, there's contemporary evidence for Alexander the Great, so you're just wrong in general. But even if that wasn't the case, okay, like I'm not saying that here.
Sorry, what do you mean by contemporary evidence?
There's the Babylonian Astronomical Diary. It's written during his lifetime. What are you talking about? We have fragments that talk about him, like from people who were alive at his time that talk about him. Like, what are you talking about?
I don't. I'm just.
You're just talking about the biography of Alexander the Great, about how it's written later. But even then, we have the author's name, and they cite their sources as his personal biographers. We don't have that for anything in the New Testament. But nevertheless, that's not what we're talking about here. not even close to the argument or the same logic. What are you talking about? You just kind of pivoted and then pivoted again.
Okay, so what about do you accept Polycarp's writings?
Okay, so we're done with Tacitus. Are we done there?
Yeah, I think. I mean,
okay.
You know more about him than I do. So I can't debate you on it. So I just have to take your word.
Well, do you know about the Pilot Stone?
I'm gonna read about it.
You've never heard of the Pilot Stone before?
Dude, I'm green as the grass growing in the yard I'm standing in.
Fair enough. At least your grass is green, though. Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of actually on a job site. It's kind of muddy, but anyways.
So now you're a liar.
Yeah.
All right. So okay. So now we've got cats fighting in the background. If anybody heard that, but anyways, the point is, as far as Polycarp goes, what do you got?
So your thing is Paul didn't exist. Polycarp writes about Paul in his letters to the Philippians.
Okay.
The epistles to the Philippians.
What? Okay.
Does that not
change
establish
anything?
Paul's existence?
No. Why would it change? Why would it establish Paul's existence? It's just some writer after Marcion in 144. Who cares? Polycarp dies in like the 160s.
Yeah, I think he wrote what did he write, like 40 to 50 years or 60 years after Paul?
No. What? No.
It's like 40 to 80 years after Paul. Yeah, he did.
You went from 40 to, you said 40 to 60, and now you're up to 80.
Something like that. I can't remember off the top of my head.
It'd be more than 80. Polycarp is generally dated based off Ignatius because the writings that we have of Polycarp, especially the ones that talk about Paul and shit like that, are like connected to Ignatius. Like it's the opening to Ignatius's text. And Ignatius's text by scholar M. David Litva places at about 170 or so. Not to mention Ignatius actually lines up pretty closely with the writings about Peregrinus Proteus, who sets himself on fire in the 165 at the opening ceremony at Olympic Games.
So Polycarp's writings, they're generally accepted as authentic, right?
I mean, yeah, we don't have a lot of it, but generally, yeah, sure.
Okay. So Paul then was created sometime between Polycarp's writings and
the supposed death of Paul. Yeah. Yeah. 144 is the first time we get any mention of Paul from Marcion.
Okay, let me write this down, Marcion. I'm going to read this guy. I've not heard of him.
How have we had multiple conversations? You haven't heard of Marcion. I think you've heard of it, and you
may have mentioned it last time.
I may have mentioned it.
I didn't catch it.
It's like every other fucking word I say.
You probably did.
I say, fuck Marcion, and then my dick, Marcion, someone's mom, Marcion. That's basically the entire conversation. And then some stilometry sprinkled in there to taste.
Let's explain to who's Marcion.
Marcion is a Christian theologian who publishes the first New Testament canon in 144.
Okay. All right. I ain't going to take any more of your time. We'll go read about it. Thanks.
All right.
Hello?
Thank you. Thank you for coming up. And congratulations to your son there for
Hello, can you hear me?
Winning the Nationals there. Little Wesker, I think.
Hey, yeah, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what you got, man?
Well, I'm gonna make this easy for the two of us. I'm not gonna actually argue anything about Paul, but I'm gonna focus on Jesus. Is that all right with you?
I mean, arguing for Paul would make it really easy.
Well,
for
here's
me.
the thing. Oh yeah. I'm a Muslim, so I don't really care much about Paul. We think he's a charlatan, so I don't really care that much. But for me, it's Jesus that I want to focus on.
All right.
So I have a question for you before we get started. How do we know for any historical figure whether they existed or not, right? So beyond the age of internet and like videos and all that kind of stuff.
Okay, did you want me to answer the question or did you want to say it?
Yeah, I want you to answer the question for me.
Oh, okay. So as far as the different standards that we have, or the different levels, not standards, but different levels of confidence that we can have. The highest level would be archaeology. Like if we have like someone's remains or something that they owned or something that we can reliably date using like carbon dating or something like that to that time period, or it has an actual date on it, like a physical document or a physical thing that we can date to them. That's pretty good, a physical item. Then we have like writings or copies of writings. The writings from them are pretty good if there's like stylometric analysis done that shows that it's coming from one particular author. Writings to them, that's decent as well. Again, these writings would need to contain material in there that's not like anachronistic or like super like fantastic or something. So like a letter to Zeus or a letter from Zeus is not really going to mean much. Then we have things like writings about them from contemporaries. That's really good. Finally, we have writings right after they die, where people are talking about them in a mundane way using their real names. Finally, we get to things like the Gospels and the stories that are there, and of course the Quran is like even worse than this, but the Gospels would be something that is over a century later, filled with magic and anachronisms that don't line up with the story, and we can see where the puzzle pieces for this character are coming from. Finally, beneath the Gospels would be on this like hierarchy of like how reliable we could get. You have like the Quran, which is like something from a good 600 years later, and it's based upon information that comes from later Christians and documents that most Christians today don't even consider to be legitimate.
We're going far away from the topic here.
Not
okay?
really. No, we're still talking about Jesus, and ultimately, even if you were to throw, what I'm saying is that ultimately, even if you were to throw out the New Testament, the Quran still is not presenting a Jesus in a realistic way.
I'm not going to use the Quran. Actually, my argument is like a lot simpler than that, right?
Okay.
And my idea here is that, well, wasn't Jesus the Messiah, or did he not present himself as the Messiah, and the Jews rejected him? The Jews were like, no, he's not the
Are you
Messiah.
saying like in the story, you mean?
Yes, I mean the Jews, especially in the Talmud.
Okay. Like, what does that have to do with anything?
Well,
like in the story, Harry Potter's a wizard.
I'm getting there, right?
Okay.
Can you just let me finish?
Sure.
So the Jews deny his divinity, and they also say that he's not born by a virgin. You know, his mother had slept with somebody else.
Sweet. When do you think they say this?
And they attribute
Sweet.
all of
When
his
do you
miracles
think
to
they say
sorcery.
this? When do you think that they say
They
this?
do say it 2 centuries later in the Talmud.
No.
They do.
No. So when do you think the Babylonian Talmud is written?
I think 2 to 3 centuries after Christ. I'm pretty sure it's 2 to 3 centuries.
The third to 6th century. So it's potentially written after Christianity becomes the entire Roman Empire's religion, like official religion, because that happens at the end of the 4th. So yeah, it's not great.
Yeah, but
and they're just talking. They're basing their material off of the Gospels, not based off of like an actual person. Considering the fact that they call him a Nazarene, but never mention Nazareth or anything like that in any of their text, because they're pulling it from what the Gospels call him and not actually where he's from. But the Gospels are trying to say that he's from a place, which is why he's called a Nazarene. See Matthew 2 for more information on that. So it's incredibly clear that they're pulling their information from the Gospels and what the Christians say, as opposed to any kind of history from before Rabbinic Judaism. Like,
but if he did,
that doesn't even make any sense. Like, how would they have the court records from 40 years before Jerusalem was destroyed? Like, how would they have that?
My issue is if he didn't exist, right? And the Jews obviously like don't admit that he is the Messiah. If he didn't exist, why didn't they just say, "Hey, y'all Christians, you guys are all like in some sort of like collective delusion. Jesus never existed."
They do. Trypho is supposedly a Jew who talks to Justin Martyr in 150s, and he says there's no evidence for Christ.
So
that didn't go the way they thought it would, did it?
Doesn't that at the very least mean that some of them thought that he existed and some of them thought that he didn't exist?
Yeah, the ones that are reading the Gospels are just attacking the theology. That's why Josephus mentions Hercules in the beginning of Antiquities of the Jews. Back then you didn't say that someone didn't exist. You would just simply say that I disagree with the ideas or the theology.
But
that's why like most of the Jews, like throughout like the entire Old Testament, all the way going back there, they're henotheistic. They acknowledge that other gods exist. They just don't worship they don't worship them. They're henotheistic. They pick one particular god. So like, okay, that's pretty par for the course for Jewish people for hundreds of years. They haven't even really changed on it. They acknowledge that other gods exist. They just don't worship those.
I mean, look, I'm talking about the Jewish canon here, okay, which is like the Talmud. Now
That's
you
not the
can't.
canon. That would be like more the Tanakh or the Torah, not the Talmud. The Talmud shows up 3rd to 6th century. How would that be the canon?
It is still canon. I mean, most Jews
I
today
mean,
read the
I
Talmud.
guess cool, but I don't really know if that's classified as the canon. It's just it's like Rabbi read it. That's all it is. Shout out Cyber Deconstruction for giving me that phrase.
Yeah, but you can't have these two positions, can you? You can't have like in one book, like as in one book, you can't have like the position, oh, Jesus never existed, but also have the position, oh, he existed, but he wasn't the Christ. He wasn't born of a virgin,
Okay.
and
Yeah. So
all of his miracles are attributed to sorcery. It's one or the other.
I'll just put it in the canon then. Again, I'll use your word. In their canon, which is supposedly this line is written sometime between the 3rd to 6th centuries. Cool. Someone said that Jesus, as presented by the New Testament, didn't exist, but like is boiling in liquid shit forever, and they don't like him. Okay. That doesn't have anything to do with whether or not Jesus existed. And in fact, it could have been written about the same time as the early portions of the Quran, which date to like the mid 6th or so, or late 6th or so. So I mean, it doesn't really mean anything. The Book of Mormon also talks about Jesus. That doesn't do shit. Like, okay, cool. Something hundreds of years later talks about Jesus because you've had a run-in with Christians who believe in him. Fan-fucking-tastic. How does that have anything to do with whether or not he existed?
All right, you know what? Fine. Maybe we're not getting anywhere about this. Like, let's talk about the Ebionites, maybe. Talk about the Ebionites.
The gospel.
Yeah.
Like the gospel of the Ebionites. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
The gospel. So the Ebionites, their earliest text, according to Epiphanius in the 4th century, they fall in line with the Book of Elchasai, which is written between sometime in the reign of Trajan, which is in 98 to 117. And it talks about Christ coming to earth through different forms of reincarnation, along with his sister, like a Sophia kind of Holy Spirit type character, wisdom, if you will. But nevertheless, his name is never said to be Jesus or anything like that. And it does not depict him as being crucified as like from Pontius Pilate or anything. So no.
So you're telling me that all of these people are under some sort of collective delusion, right? So my question to you is, when did this delusion start, right?
What
So
delusion? Like the story of Jesus?
The delusion that Jesus exists, yeah.
Well, exist is kind of a tough word. The first time that we get Jesus mentioned by anybody is in the Marcionite New Testament canon, which is published in 144 with the Gospel of Evangeline, and then 9 or 10 books written in the style of letters attributed to Paul. This is the first time that we get anything from Jesus or Paul, supposedly. This is in 144, but Marcion did not believe that Jesus was a human being. He said that Jesus descended out of heaven as a fully grown man, a descendant from God the Father, a previously unknown God separate from Yahweh. So, yeah, he's not really presenting him as somebody who existed unless, kinda. It depends on the word exist. We're not really sure on that one. But the actual like stories of him being born here and shit, that would be like Matthew and Luke, which would be after Marcion. Luke uses Marcion's Evangeline as its main source between chapters 4 and 22, and Matthew is a refutation of Marcion's theology, claiming that Jesus did not come to abolish the law, but to fulfill it. And he ran. All right. Well, that's just kind of how it goes. Yep.
How?
Dare boy, what's going on?
I have a question.
Yeah, what's going on, man?
Everything's going good.
Actually, hold up. One second. I got to get to some super chats over there on YouTube. So Star Dreams SE. Star Dream. I'm not really sure how to say your name, but Star Dreams, I think, sent $4.99. Thank you very much. It says, "Is it ironic you start many rebuttals with, I mean, hell?" I mean, hell, guys. That's where we're all going. Woo! Oh, there's supposed to be another sound in there. Yeah, whatever. Anyways, so let's see. I mean, kind of is funny. $5 from Zeno Lepudre that says, "This is for the Stylo the Cat donation fund. Also, we would really like to see the kitty, please." I don't know if we can. I don't know. I don't know. I might be able to, if you're good, I might be able to show the cat later. Maybe. I I don't know. So we'll check it out. We'll check it out. And then $9.99. Thank you very, very much from Star Dreams. I think I'm pronouncing your name right. Says, what are your thoughts on the 7 undisputed Pauline letters? Christians refer to them as genuine and strong evidence. So the reason why there are 7 letters, 6 or 7 of them, depending on your view of Philemon, that are presented as authentic compared to the others that say that they're from Paul in the New Testament but are not, apparently. The reason for this is because people are taking a look at the entire book and they're saying, let's examine the style of writing here and like some of the content and everything and compare it to other books. And when you do that, you're going to, unfortunately, if there's multiple authors in there, you're going to assume that they're all one author, and then you're going to pick up some of their other styles of writing in other text. When you zoom into the authentic letters or the undisputed letters, you will see that there's actually multiple authors within these texts, and only bits and pieces of 4 of the Gospels even come from one of those authors, which is Galatians, 1st and 2nd Corinthians, and Romans. But only bits and pieces of it. That's the thing. There are multiple authors, ultimately, in even the undisputed letters, but you just have to dive in order to actually see them. That's the problem. And as scholar Nina Livesey places them around the 130s, 140s, published in 144 by Marcion. This is actually something that is a budding topic that's coming out from multiple scholars, people who are using data science, but people who aren't using data science are still coming to the same conclusion that Paul's letters actually show up in the early the mid 2nd century, which is pretty wild. But anyways, and then, and £2 from Neptune Cult that says, I came over to YouTube to demand kitty. Okay, maybe. I'm not in charge of the cat. I just saw the cat for the first time. It like showed up like the door, and I was like, hey, there's a cat, and my kids were carrying it, and then I heard the cat. I've heard it and I've seen it. I'm not in charge of this cat. So we'll find out. We will find out. Okay. Dare boy, what you got?
How can we rely on the archaeological records if the whole world is under the power of Satan, of evil? Like, how can we trust the artifacts that could be easily manipulated to where it can be used in the future to disprove Jesus?
Well, I've got a question for you. What the fuck are you talking about?
Doesn't the Bible say that the whole world is under the control of the evil one, of Satan, the prince of the power of the air?
What on earth makes you think that that's a real thing?
Oh, never. You don't think Satan is real?
Why would I?
I guess we're going in more of a theological argument here. And you don't believe anything that the Bible says, do you?
Did I say that?
No, I'm just coming
All
up
right.
with.
Well, what's a good reason for me to believe in Satan?
Like how the condition of this world. A lot of people who are in power now, a lot of the elites are
you not
actually
aware
very
that
demonic.
Are you not
A lot of the
aware that
elites-
in the Old Testament it says that Satan got someone who was in charge, who was King David, to do something, but then in an earlier text it says God did the same thing?
I'm not aware of that.
Yeah. It's when Satan. It says that Satan made David go out and count the men. Let's see if I can pull this out for you. Okay, so this is going to be in 2 Samuel 24 and 1 Chronicles 21. Okay, so in 2 Samuel, whoop, I spelled Samuel right. That's probably a good idea. So in 2 Samuel 24, we get this. Let me go ahead and pull this up here for you. Again, the let's see. Again, the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel, and he incited David against them, saying, "Go and count the people of Israel and Judah." See that? There in the first verse?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I see it.
So here's the problem. In 1 Chronicles 21, we get the same thing. Satan stood up against Israel and incited David to count the people of Israel. So it looks like doesn't really matter if it's a powerful person. God or Satan, doesn't matter. Bad people are going to do what bad people are going to do. Doesn't mean it's God, doesn't mean it's Satan, doesn't mean either one.
So you think they're the same person?
Nope. I believe that people are going to be people, and some people are just shitty.
Okay. Well, I'm having
Anyways, do you have anything for Jesus or Paul?
No, I'll have to leave. I can't think right now.
How many bowls deep are you? He's gone. All right, DJ Physique, CBO, what you got?
What's up, man? I've been up here a couple times before, but I got a question for you, and it's mainly for everybody in the chat who hasn't heard the answer or hasn't read your book yet.
Okay.
And then I have another question for you, but I'll ask this one first.
Okay.
What does your name mean to you? Like, what does Christ before Jesus mean to you? Because I brought that up to my homie before, and he was like,
"What does Christ before Jesus
he said
mean?"
That's an interesting. Yeah, what does it mean?
It just means that the Christians worshipped a Christ deity prior to the Jesus mythology being created in the 2nd century.
So was there? So that means there was another deity
known as Christ.
That was
Yeah.
going by. Yeah.
Yeah, Christ is just the name and is anointed.
Mm. So this isn't one of the questions, but going off that, would you say the idea of Christ or Christ-like behavior is more important than Jesus?
What? Like
I'm
in
saying,
general?
The idea of Christ, like just being like that title,
is more
like,
important.
More important for
more important for what? Or more beneficial? Like,
is
what
it
do you?
More important for the individual? Like, is it more important for them to chase Christ-like behavior over following or believing in Jesus?
What do you mean more important?
Like
more important for what purpose?
Just for their spiritual betterment of themselves, like whatever that may be, or whatever that might look like.
It depends on what you're trying to do or what you mean by spiritual betterment of yourself. I mean, it doesn't really matter to me. I mean, the earliest Christians, they had kooky ideas and stuff like that, but I mean, they also seem to have been decent people, at least at first, until they ended up with this weird text-based mythology that they just started making a bunch of claims on and beating people over the head with. And I would say that that's pretty shitty, but
for sure. I have my second question is let's say like some of the stories in the Old Testament where God was destroying cities and stuff like Sodom and Gomorrah.
Mm-hmm.
If we were to insert, this would be a little off topic, but it's meant to be a fun question to think about. So if we were to insert some of our heroes from today, like Superman, Batman, The Flash, blah blah blah, into the Old Testament, into some of those stories, and they saw the disasters that was about to happen to people in certain cities, do you think they would just stand there and kind of let it happen, or do you think they would kind of rush in and kind of help those people?
I'm not really
scenario
sure.
One is they don't know it's God doing.
What are you talking about exactly?
I've asked this live. I've asked this question on my live a bunch of times. So I thought it would be a fun question to bring to this one. It's literally just saying, like, like let's say Sodom and Gomorrah, like you're there and you see it's about to happen, and there are some heroes there too from like our fictional, present today. And let's say we put them there in that time period, like in that story. Do you think they would like try to save the people from the destruction, or do you think they would kind of just let it happen?
What does this have to do with the topic?
It doesn't, man. I was just gonna ask that question.
So you're just asking me like what would happen if Sodom and Gomorrah was a thing today?
No, I'm saying if you were to put some of our, like, you go to the movies and you see, Spider-Man, Superman, all these different types of movies of heroes and stuff. I'm saying if you put those heroes into that story, do you think that they would try to go save those people, or do you think they would just be like, well, this is out of our, like we're gonna stay out of it, if they knew it was God doing it? If it's too weird of a question, I could just leave. You just bring the next person up. I'm sorry,
man.
I just wanted to get your opinion on that question because I brought it up on my live a couple of times.
Like, if a superhero was there during Sodom and Gomorrah, like, what would they do? Is that what you're asking me?
Yes. Like, do you think they would, try to save the people? Whoever could save the people, try to save the people, and whoever is like wants to investigate what's causing this destruction. Like, what do you think would happen?
I mean, I don't know, dude. It's you're implying mythology to mythology. I don't know. It depends on if they. Look, if it's DC, then they're gonna do the whole thing, but it's gonna be super dark and no one's gonna be able to see anything. If it's Marvel, it's going to be Joss Whedon and Kevin Feige, and it's going to be hilarious. And it's also not going to make a lot of sense, and there's going to be other universes where Lot doesn't fuck his kids. Then, if it's like Dark Horse Comics, then Dr. Manhattan just wipes out the entire thing instead of God, and then wipes out God.
Tight shit. For sure, man. Thanks for entertaining it, man. I know it's a weird angle, perspective, question, whatever, but thanks for having me up, bro.
All right. Thanks for coming up. Thanks.
For sure.
All right, that was DJ Physique CBO, everybody. That was the best answer I could possibly give. I don't know. I don't exactly know what the question. I don't know if I even. I don't even know if I attempted to answer the question correctly there. But anyways, man. All right. Does anybody else have any evidence for Jesus or Paul? Jesus or Paul, come on up. There's a what? Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, there was a what on his thing? Fresh out, boss. Yeah, sorry, we don't have any. Okay. Let me see. I might be able to here. Okay. Let me see if I might be able to get the let's see. I'm going to ask my lovely wife, is the kitten available for a cameo? We will see. We will see. I really hope that she didn't think. No, she would know that it's. I don't like how I phrased that because it makes me sound like I'm calling my wife a kitten or something, and I'm asking if she's available for the cameo. Available, like, you know what I mean? Like, that was a weird sentence for me to ask. I don't like that sentence, but I asked it, and it's out there, out in the ether. What is going on, Sub 22?
Hey man, I came up earlier. I'm gonna just send my questions going forward to the super chat. I just have one more question.
Wait, you were sending questions to the super chat?
No, I said I'm going forward. I'm gonna send it. I was in here earlier asking you just a couple questions about
okay.
anacronyms. So I just have one more question.
Wait, so anachronisms.
And sorry, okay, anachronism. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the first time I heard it in here, so I just wanted to like.
Oh yeah,
I
yeah.
guess,
I was just making sure that like if you search for it later or you tell somebody about it or have a conversation about it that you said it right. But keep going.
Yeah, anachronism. Okay, thank you. And so just one more question. So like from like the Islamic standpoint, they obviously reject the scriptures that are like here today for Christianity. If they were to say they reject the scriptures for Christianity and that Jesus is still real, but the scriptures today are just false, would that be like a would that argument follow, or would you still have the standpoint of saying that like Jesus didn't exist?
Are you saying that like wait, okay. Rephrase the question. I think I know what you're asking. Are you asking basically like from a Mormon, basic, same thing. Desert Mormonism, Islam, same thing. So are you saying like from a Muslim perspective, could that Jesus exist? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, like if they were to say that like the Jesus of the Bible, obviously like the scriptures from the Bible and the Gospels are like are false and are like not the original manuscripts, would they be able to like would that argument follow in terms of like saying that Jesus still exists but the scripture today is just false?
So in other words, is it possible that like Jesus did exist, but the New Testament is just wrong in its depiction of him?
Correct.
Well, I mean, for starters, coming from the Muslims is pretty rich because like they're pulling from later Christian texts, like the parable of the seven sleepers, which is later a Christian apocryphal text. The infancy gospel of Thomas, which is something else from Christianity. They're very clearly pulling from Christianity. So yeah, but from a like a historical standpoint, just like somebody like an unbiased, like non-religious, secular standpoint, just saying, hey, is it possible that none of these stories are legitimate, but he was a real person?
Correct.
I mean, kind of, but that would just imply that like the I'm all right. Hold up, guys. We're getting a cameo from the. There's the cat, everybody. I think that cat is freaking out. Anyways, so the name of the cat apparently is Stylo. 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 People call it Stylo. I'm sorry. The people have spoken. All right. Well, they're freaking out about the cat. Oh, it's a dude? That's a bushy ass tail. All right. Anyways, sorry guys. Got distracted by a cat. Story of my life. Anyways, no, hold up. At best, we are fostering this thing. I don't think we're keeping it.
Okay.
Oh, I hope to Darwin we're not keeping that thing. I have no idea. All right. Anyways, orange cats are male. All of them are male? Really? No. Are they really? No. Wait. Yeah, they might be. I don't know. I have no idea. Anyways, back to what we were talking about. So that would mean that the New Testament is incorrect, or these texts are incorrect, which is realistically what I'm saying anyways. I'm saying that even the natural Jesus and Paul, as presented by the New Testament, did not exist, or as presented by, anything that's based off the New Testament, like Quran and Book of Mormon, that shit. So
yeah, like if they're saying that like the Torah and the New Testament or the Gospels, like they previously existed, but the scriptures today are not what they are. Like, would that track at all or no?
Oh, like they've been changed or something?
Yeah.
No, well, we have the oldest manuscripts from the 3rd century and stuff like that. So like, I mean, maybe, I guess, but we have things that predate the Quran on this topic. So I mean,
Okay.
like I don't know how anybody could. I mean, if you want to sit around and say, oh hey, if you want to sit around and say, oh hey, like the oldest manuscripts we have from the 3rd century are corrupted or something or changed, it's like, okay, well then we don't have any idea as to whether or not this person existed because we don't have any evidence of them, and I mean it's pretty garbage.
Yeah, I could see the standpoint. Then you probably just say like, oh, well, you guys are just going off of what Muhammad is saying rather than like, or like Allah is saying rather than like any evidence on earth per se, right?
Yeah, well, I mean,
Besides-
yeah, if the New Testament has been changed and we can't even trust something from the 3rd century, we're definitely not trusting something from the 7th century that bases its opinion off of that. Like, It's
Fair
not
enough.
gonna. It's definitely not gonna go anywhere. So like, the argument that like texts from the Bible have been corrupted and therefore we can't trust it is one of the dumbest possible arguments that the Muslims can actually present, because it just it doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't go anywhere.
Can you
Same
like
thing with the Book of Mormon. Like the Book of Mormon tries to shit all over the Bible and basically be like, oh hey, yeah, it's been corrupted and stuff like that, because Joseph Smith tried to join all these different religions and stuff, or all these different denominations, and he prayed to God like, which one is true, and God said none of them are true. Start the true church. And it's like, okay, like at a certain point you can only you can only shit on your source material so much before you are shit. You know what I mean? Like,
I get what you're saying, and then also like so when you were saying earlier that like so they quote like some of the old passages, like what would those quotes be?
Like, what do you mean? From the
Like
Quran?
Islam specifically?
Yeah. So it's getting information from the parable of the seven sleepers, and then it's getting information from the infancy gospel of Thomas. Both of these are like 4th century Christian documents, like 3rd to 4th century Christian documents, like just apocryphal stuff.
Can you if you don't mind me asking, could you like elaborate on like what exactly they're quoting, or like
Yeah,
if
so
you have
like
time?
for well, I'll go through like the Gospel of Thomas real quick. So the Gospel of Thomas is a story that like comes from Christianity, because the Christians were like starving for more information for Jesus and stuff, and they were going, oh hey, like we want to know more about him, like growing up and stuff like that, because he's a superhero. It's just a comic character, if you will. And so they talked about in the Gospel of Thomas, the infancy Gospel of Thomas, they talked about Jesus as a kid. And one of the stories is that he makes birds out of clay, like pigeons or doves or some shit. And he makes them out of clay and throws them up the end and they fly off. And so this is something that gets talked about. It talks about how Jesus made birds with clay in the Quran. And it's like, yeah, that's taken from that story, which is much later and definitely not something that was written about until then. Like, it's not in any other gospels until like really late in Christianity. And considering the fact that the Quran gets written almost 300 years after Christianity became the official religion of the entire Roman Empire, which was next to Saudi Arabia, yeah, it's pretty obvious that they're hearing these stories and they're basing their stories off of it and taking it in a slightly different direction, trying to reform it, if you will. Kind of like I said, Joseph Smith like thought that he was starting the true Church of Jesus, or the true Church of Jesus Christ. The same
So pretty much
thing
like
goes.
you're saying,
Same thing goes
it's
with
like
them.
their
They're
own
kind of
spin on
reforming
it.
it. Well, yeah,
It's
but
like
they're
their
trying to bring it back because, rightfully so, the Muslims, the authors there of the Quran, you know, these people there in this particular religion, they look at Christianity and go, hey, you guys got a lot of gods going on there. Like, you claim to be monotheistic, but you're definitely not monotheistic. And they're right. Christianity is far from
in terms of
monotheistic.
Trinity.
Yeah, I mean,
terms of
yeah, and then of course, you know, at that point, you have like the Catholic Church that has demigods. They call them saints. They don't call them demigods. But I mean,
Oh yeah, they do worship the saints and the like.
yeah,
Yeah.
clearly, like if you're a human and you like are able to like raise up into what amounts to godhood, where you're able to intercede for people like in their prayers and shit. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
That's very clearly a demigod. So the point is, they are trying to return it back to a true monotheistic standpoint. And that's fine. I mean, it's whatever. It's like a reformation, if you will. But it's
For
still
you, that wouldn't be
based off of
suffice
that.
to like. That wouldn't be suffice to like still prove that Jesus is.
No, that wouldn't have anything to do
exist.
with evidence. I mean, just like
Yeah, I understand.
Joseph Smith is trying to fix what he thinks is wrong with the church. That doesn't mean that the church is true and that talks about these things, or the Bible is true. What it means is that this person is aware of theology and is trying to just offer his own 2 cents.
Gotcha. And then one last question. Then like what do you believe? Like if you don't mind me asking you, if that's like too
I believe
personal or
that
not,
Jesus
but-
and Paul never existed.
But you do believe God exists?
What does that have to do with anything?
Oh, I'm just asking. I'm just wondering. I'm not saying it has anything to do with it.
No, I'm just
Curious.
saying that like it doesn't. It's irrelevant. Yeah, it's not a topic that I generally get into on here.
Oh, fair enough, man. Well, thank you for having me up, man. I just like asking some questions. Seem like you're pretty interested, well educated, so I just wanted to ask. That's
Yep,
So,
yep. Thanks for coming up. Thanks for asking questions there. I mean, that's what you got to do to find answers. That's what you got to do. Keep digging, man.
fair enough, man. And if I have any more, is it cool if I come up here, or do you just want me to send super chats rather than like
I
disrupting
mean,
the panel?
either way, I'm probably about to hop off here before too terribly long. But I'll try to get to some other guests if they can come up. But if you send a super chat, that's definitely very appreciated, and I will respond to it. So.
All right, man. Well, thank you, man. And what was your name again one more time?
My name's Jaron.
Jaron. Nice to meet you, Jaron. Thank you.
Yep. Thanks. Thanks for coming up. Okay. So let's see. Real fast before we get to this next person who. Oh, well, maybe I don't know. I don't know if it connects or not. But we do have a super chat there. $5 from Surfmer says, "I'll give you $5 more if you keep the cat. Think of the children. LOL." Do I have to? I mean, I don't even know if that's the plan, really. I think someone found it in like a neighborhood close to here or something like that. And so I don't even know what the plan. I don't even know what's going on. I have been with you. I know the same amount of information as you guys do. I've been here the whole time. I haven't even peed. Or have I? Okay. $4.99 from Matthew Martz 272 says, "Does Judas the Galilean factor into Christian origins? Haven't heard your take. Was Judas G, the Galilean, the Christus of the Christians?" So I don't think he was the Christus, but I don't think so. Huh. That's kind of interesting take. But so no, I don't think so. But that being said, I don't talk a lot about Judas the Galilean, but Judas the Galilean is somebody who led a revolt of Jewish people over in Judea against the Roman Empire because they added Judea in 6 CE to Syria for the purpose of a census, and they did not like that. The census is explicitly talked about at the beginning of Luke chapter 2, which has Jesus going there for the, because of the said census. And maybe that's what they're kind of getting at there, Matthew Martz. Interesting question, interesting take, because they're like potentially maybe tying it in with the census. And then in Acts, it mentions it again. It says that Judas the Galilean tried to rise up and be somebody, and he led a following and stuff like that, but he was put down. Which is true, but that's something that Josephus talks about. You can actually read that quite a bit more extensively there in Josephus's text. It's actually really interesting, but I don't think that he had anything to do with them. I think that at best he's just added to Acts because the authors of the Gospels are utilizing the Josephine text, and so they're tying in like things that actually did happen to make it seem more authentic. But overall, it's not a. I don't think it's really anything connected to a Christ or a crest figure, if you will. And then we've got AXP Spicoli, $5. Thank you very much. Arrow 404 says hello to the CBJ fam. Well, hello. Wait, do we have a? Nah, probably not that button. Yeah, we'll just go with that. Oh wait.
What the hell?
We'll go with that. All right. Kant bot. What you got? Kant, you over there?
Yeah, hello?
Hey, what's going on, man?
Hey, how's it going? Yeah, you can call me Green, actually. My name's Green. Is that okay?
Sure.
Yeah, so when you say Jesus and Paul never existed, is that going to be an analytic or synthetic fact, sir? Go ahead.
Sorry, I was looking over there. Some pulled up. Anyways, do you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul?
Yeah, that's going to be dodge number 1. So is it an analytic or synthetic fact that Jesus and Paul never existed? Go ahead.
Cool. I'm not going to respond to that. So go ahead and give me the evidence. Go ahead.
You think you look good? You're like face down, ass up right now. I just spread your cheeks wide the fuck open. I don't know if you think you look good, but I actually just skull fucked you with my rhetorical dick. So just to be clear about this,
Sounds
it's going to
good.
be like a confession on your end. So are you unable to demonstrate whether or not the proposition that you affirm is an analytic or synthetic proposition? Yes or no?
We are not talking about that. We're talking about evidence. So what you can do is you can either give the evidence or I will disconnect you. Which would you like to do?
Yeah, so facts are evidence. So that's going to be
Sweet. So what is the fact that you're giving for Jesus's existence 2,000 years ago? What facts would you like to present?
skull fucked, slow boys.
Sweet. So what fact would you like to present for Jesus's evidence or Jesus's existence 2,000 years ago?
Now you're choking on my rhetorical dick. So just to be clear
Sweet.
about this,
Okay.
can you go ahead?
So you're either going to give the answer or you will be disconnected. At this point now, you have reached the ultimatum stage of this live. You can give facts. That's perfectly fine. Facts would be evidence. What facts do you have to present that Jesus actually existed 2,000 years ago?
Yeah, so I have a series of a priori facts that establishes.
Sounds good. Well, you can mull those over and then consider whether or not they are actually good arguments and then present them at a later time. Let's see here. I don't know if he's a Christian or not. I have no idea. All right. Does anybody have any evidence for Jesus or Paul, or would we like to go ahead and cut it here? Well, I mean, we can. It's fine. I got to go see this cat here. Apparently, I got to go check it out and see if it's actually going to be a viable addition to this family. All right. If anybody's got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, I'd like to hear it. Otherwise, we're going to do it. See Discord. Wait, what the? I don't see anything in Discord. All right. Well, it looks like we got somebody who's want to come up.
Oh, hello. Yeah, I actually pressed the button by mistake, but what's up? Well, I actually pressed the button by mistake. What's up? I actually have a question. So, Vahadu?
Yeah, Vahadu.
Yeah.
Fyr.
Yeah, I don't know what that means, sorry.
Va?
Okay, so I have a question. Can you... Yeah, I agree. I have a question. Can you do me a favor? Open, I actually, like I said, I pressed on the button. I didn't mean to. So, yeah, I really don't want to waste your time. I know that you got more things to do. But can you please open Facebook and search for Jesus and Paul? They exist, right? Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll just sorry.
Whoa! Hey, there in the chat, we got Virtue Feral there on the TikTok chat. Virtue Feral, everybody. Virtue Feral is there in the chat. Yes.
Hi, Christ.
Yeah, one second. We're clapping here for Virtue Feral. Virtue Feral is brought to you by Polaris Industries. Polaris Industries, we make four-wheelers that can unalive you very, very quickly. Do you have a whole bunch of cousins that you'd like to ride around in the middle of nowhere with, or possibly even on the street? Well, make it a Polaris and make their life a short but merry one. Polaris Industries. Okay. What is going on? Unohano? Unohana?
It's me, Alyssa.
So, unfamily?
It's Alyssa. Remember me? I invited you to my live and we talked about Paul and everything. So I'm live right now, and this
I remember profile pictures. Did you change your profile picture?
No, this is my other account. I wanted to ask you a question, if that's okay.
Okay, go ahead.
So I'm live right now on my other account,
okay,
the Alyssa account, and this guy named Canton Bot, he is saying that he cooked you. He's saying
he came up and he was wanting to do some Phil Bro argument, and he didn't give any evidence, and so we just kind of disconnected him.
Play it back, buddy. Play it back. Let it speak for itself.
What? He's going through?
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. So, does he have any?
Play the recording back, buddy.
Okay, yeah, he never actually provided any evidence for Jesus or Paul. That was the problem.
I literally skull fucked you. You look so bad in the conversation. You were like,
okay, that's enough for you. So I just wanted to ask if he.
I've never done that before. No,
wanted to ask
no, of course not. He didn't provide any evidence, and he didn't ask me for any evidence or anything like that. He just kind of came up and said a whole bunch of Phil Bro nonsense, and so I disconnected him.
Yeah, I just wanted to request up and see if he cooked you according to him.
No.
Yeah, I
there
told
wasn't
him
any cooking, but I'm not going to claim that I cooked him. There wasn't really much of a conversation. He came up and just said a whole bunch of word salad, and then I disconnected him.
Yeah, so I just wanted to see, because I told him, fine, debate that Christ before Jesus, he can cook you better, you can cook me.
Yeah,
So,
but nevertheless, yeah, he's just saying a whole bunch of like philosophical shit. That's all it is. He basically he took philosophy like 101 or something like that in college and decided that he was going to make it his entire existence.
Because before I mentioned you, he's like, fine, if I cook this guy, I'm going to own you. I'm going to do all these things to you. I'm like, okay, calm down, bud. Calm down.
Yeah,
this
well,
isn't that serious.
That's how that goes.
Yeah. So I wanted to pop in and see. Thank you for having me up. You're the goat.
Of course. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Get out of here. Anyways, I'm not the goat on this. I'm not. That would be Matthew. I'm the goat's bitch. No, okay. Anyways, we're taking a look here at the super chats. We got $2 from WFXW. Maybe that's just FX. That says entertaining. Would give more if I could. Well, thank you very much for the $2. Absolutely. Any little bit helps. We're trying to potentially help Matthew out here and establish him as a working full time on this, so he can commit a lot of time to the project, because I'm here live every day. So it'd be awesome if he was able to do like writing and stuff like that, like every day. But he's a busy man. So we're trying to help him out and try to establish this as a viable source of or a career there for him there. Because as you guys know, he worked a little bit as a manager or curator of a museum, but the museum was kind of struggling financially, and so they had to let him go. So anyways, in between jobs right now, but still trying to work on that new book and trying to work on some papers and all kinds of things like that to submit. So anyways, do we have any other evidence for Jesus or Paul? Anything else? Cash says, Jaren, can you unmod Aaron, please, just for funds? I'm afraid of what would happen if I did that. That's the. I'd do it for the lulz, but no, I'm afraid. I'm afraid of what AI atrocities would be committed. Man. Immediate riot. Yeah. See, I can't do that. Anyways, I think that's gonna be it from me today. Thank you to anybody and everybody who stuck around longer than 30 seconds. 35-second gang, rise up. The Discord link should be in the profile for Lady Huggy. Lady Huggy's profile. The Discord is called Deconstructing Chaos, and should be able to see it in there. If you should be able to see it there. Ryan Frank says 35-second gang. Yep, 35-second gang, rise up. Thank you very much for the little cowboy hat there. Yes, in Elizabeth Heretics, her bio, she has got the link there on her profile as well, so you might want to check that out. So I will talk to you guys later. I'll be back tomorrow morning about 9:30 a.m. $1.99 super chat there from Hardwork8395 says, keep it up, buddy. I will try. We expect a kitty cam next time. Maybe. It just, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with this cat. I have no idea. I've got to go meet it for the first time, really. All right. Yeah, it's just trying to figure it out. Okay. I will see you guys later. Peace out, Girl Scout. Put me down for some Thin Mints. And to you people over there on YouTube, you guys are monsters, but nevertheless, I still care about you guys to some extent. Most of you, some of you. I don't know. I don't know. I know less than half of you half as much as I should like, and I like less than half of you half as much as you deserve. Yeah, well, thank you and thank Tube.